Alright. Japanese. Alright, you guys are saying a bunch of weeb stuff to me now. I don't really know what's going on. Why is that in frame now? Doesn't even make sense. The camera's like over here. That's right. I guess that does make sense. Alright, never mind. Gotta readjust the mic to where it's not taking over my entire cam. Alright. Alright, I guess we're gonna do this. We're gonna finish Wind Waker tonight. Hopefully. Well, no, we will. I mean, I think there's like 3 to 4 hours left of the game. If not less. So, let's hope we can demolish this out here. Okay. Let's do it, boys. I look fucking... I'm never happy with my cam. I set it up for like hours before I go live, and then I go live and I'm like, why does this look weird? Why the cam is so far? Does it need to be this way? Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe that's what's wrong with it. It was so far over. What's up, Curb? What's up, Joey? Oh no, that's not supposed to happen. Oh, there we go. OBS makes no fucking sense at all. If only you could see what it's doing right now. Alright, does that look good? Trying to set up OBS lots of noise commands? What the hell is a noise command? What does that mean? Oh. Oh, so you're doing like, that's like bot stuff. Hey, Marcus, what's up, buddy? Welcome in, guys. Alright. I said this would happen last night. I started the game and I can't remember what we were supposed to do. They said something about the Forbidden Fortress, I think. But where is that? Oh, okay. Forsaken Fortress. We're about to start it. So, we haven't done, there's a second visit to the Forsaken Fortress. And then after, you have to fight Phantom Ganon here or whatever. And then after that, you do Triforce hunting. Rick, thank you for the host. What's up? The Heart Hat is back, I know. Fucking hell, it's this one again! Alright, do we need fairies? Maybe we need fairies, so this is okay. Of course we don't. Alright. This one's so close, but it's the one that you, once you go in, you get trapped in. Alright. My copy of Luigi's a black label? That's fucked up. Parents made you sell it. What the fuck? Yeah, Anthony, I sold a few games and I was like, I will always regret that. Alright, northwest, right? Yep. Right, Anthony, same. Or I've been searching for it ever since. What's up with these sharks lately? If I was playing by myself, I'd be doing this because it's actually faster. I'm not gonna do that for stream's sake. That's fucked up, Dan. That's actually fucked. That's not okay. I did want to know what was over here, and we never did it. No, 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 no. Get out. There we go. Yeah, I want to see what's on this island. It has me curious. Alright. Yeah, that's actually fucked up. Rick, how you doing, buddy? Okay, that's a longer fuse than I would have thought. Okay, so yeah, that just didn't hit. It's gonna like start growing, and that's when you throw it. Okay, I threw it a little early, but beautiful. You kept the 360. That's a good choice. Alright. What is in here? To reach Western Ferry. Okay. What? What is this? If this is just a fairy fountain, I'm gonna be a little upset. Okay, no. I don't know what this fucking thing is. We need to light these on fire. Oh. Okay, dude. I'm just gonna keep spinning. It's working. Spin to win, baby. Think about which game print I want to start next. You've got so many. Rick, Rick, what have you done with the Dark Souls thumbnail? You should probably work on that first since the video is done. And so I can pay you for it. Are we doing Hidden Mansion or normal? Definitely hidden. I do not want to do normal. All hidden is, yeah. I don't want to do normal. Fuck that noise, dude. I've been working on it, okay. I'm not rushing yet. What, by the way, what did I just get in there? Can somebody tell me what I just picked up? Because I don't even fucking know. What was in that chest? I wasn't even paying attention. It wasn't a piece of heart, so my brain just blanked it out. I was hoping it was a piece of heart. Okay, nobody else nobody else is paying attention either. None of us are paying attention. We're all talking about Luigi's Mansion. Okay, northwest. Fuck yeah, Luigi's Mansion. Ba-ba-da. Now I can fuck my webcam more because I keep looking at it and then getting annoyed with it. Why am I never satisfied? I just don't want my head cut off. Really, dude? What is that? Breaking our final... Yeah, I'm breaking wind tonight. What's up, Marin? Frogger 2 race? No. God damn it. Go! I'm trying to adjust my OBS. Alright, there. It's done. It's good. Hopefully. Jesus. Okay. It just feels so dark in here. There we go. Getting back into RA for a bit? Nice, dude. New Pokemon ROM hack. Shrug. It's too dangerous to go any further in this direction. What do you mean? No! Oh, wait, we hit the edge, didn't we? Okay. I thought that was the Forsaken Fortress. Damn, we got here kind of quick. I was like, no, we have to go there. I thought maybe I missed, like, some story shit. No. God damn it. I fucking missed it because I thought the boat would stop. I can hear it on my left side. Oh my god, it's like right here. There we go. The earth is flat! It is, he wouldn't let me explore. Flat? Okay. Why do I even go for that? I don't need money anymore. Okay, so... No, wait! Did we already do the second visit? Fuck, I don't remember, dude. I honestly have no idea where we're supposed to go. I think we might have done that a stream or two ago. Shit, maybe I'm stupid. Did we already... It's been so long. I honestly have no idea where we're supposed to go. I thought he said something about the Forsaken Fortress. Oh, I didn't know you could reread those. That's actually really nice. Shit. I genuinely cannot I might have to look it up. I said this last night. I was like, you know what? We're gonna forget what he said next time we play it. Little did we know the next time I played it was gonna be the next day and I was still gonna forget. Okay, I literally just need to look at what... I need to look at what the fish said. Oh, that's loud. Okay, I need to look at what he said, because he said something like, it's time for you to go here. Okay. The monsters are gone. He has not shown himself above the sea since, and what's worse, there's not a creature stirring in his bait. Oh, there's no one in the Forsaken Fortress. See, my mind went to Forsaken Fortress and just thought it was there. Do we go back to the Temple of Time? Oh no, we are looking for Triforce shards. Oh fuck, Markers was right. I didn't even know. How do you even start on the Triforce shards? I don't fucking know. You just have to start? I know, I could have swore there was a way to look for them. I think so. Well, where the fuck do we go? Tingle gives you maps, right? Yeah, I thought so. It's more than just, oh yeah, start looking for them. I know it is. We have so many charts that we have not touched. I don't know. Alright, let's see. I don't want to know the locations, I want to know how you start it. Oh. Oh. Jesus, that's very, like, not straightforward. This one. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Alright. Here it is. So, top right. The incredible chart. Alright. Let's do this shit. Dragon Roost. We need to go to the top right of it. I thought there was another, like, cave or something we had to do before we could do this, but apparently I'm wrong. I also don't remember shit, so... Alright. Make sure we're going northeast. It's gonna be that island, probably. Yeah, apparently, I don't know when I even got this fucking map. I think I've had it for, like, a long time. Maybe not. But I haven't done, like, anything with Tingle in this game, so... I don't know, very weird. But apparently it is Triforce Shard time. Which is exciting, because that's pretty end game. Alright. I see a little fishy boy. Little fishy man! Alright. Hope this one doesn't make me shoot him with a bow and arrow again like last time. It's kind of fucking weird. Hoi. What is this? Overlook Island. Okay, why is there a Triforce shard here? This ROM hack changes all the sprites and types. Totodile is flying. What the fuck? Chikorita fighting in Cyndaquil Ice. Cyndaquil Ice is cool as shit. Shit, I'm late. Welcome in, Nico. I like just started, dude. Hi, I'll be lurking. Ada, thank you for the lurk, dude. Thanks for hanging out, man. Okay. 22 minutes is late. We're, I spent the first little bit already just being like, wait, what am I supposed to fucking do? So, we figured it out now. I didn't know we were already on the Triforce Shards thing. So I didn't pay attention to the boat last night. How the fuck? Chikorita has a fucking nunchuck on its head? That's awesome. That sounds cool, man. Sounds like something you'd be into. What the fuck, man? Is there a lower tree than that? Barrel rolls. You always do a barrel roll. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man? Ah, there it is. Alright. There's so many chews in this game. There's like a lot in Minish Cap as well, but I feel like this game has the most chews. It's like one of the main enemies. Okay, so that's tempting, but what's up here? Pots. Okay, dude. Jesus, that's got some range. I choose you. Nico would know a thing or two about cool. He wrote a book. He wrote the book, not a book. Alright. Look at the fucking Master Sword. It's all glowy and shit. True, and I don't even read. Alright, bottom left first. Fucking hell. No! God damn it! I'm doing it again. I'm using items when I'm not supposed to. I'm dropping shit in stupid places. Fuck. You gotta be a little ways away before you attempt that. There we go. Alright, cool. Rhythm Heaven has invaded, as it should for you, Nico. A good way to describe yourself. Yo, Steve is Legend, thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in. We're hopefully beating this one today. Well, not even hopefully. We're gonna beat it today. We're so close. Well, if they hit each other, then I don't have to worry about anything. Sorry there for now, they'll be back. Nico's working on lots of stuff. What? Okay, so how many joy pendants do I have now? I gotta figure out what, you turn them into the teacher, right? On, not Outset, whatever that place is called. Alright, the controls are kind of... I feel like the controls are backwards on that. Yeah, we have 20 of them. Windfall, that's it. Thank you. I'm brain farting on these location names. Yeah, Windfall's the one. Because Outset is the town you're born at. Or you live at. Okay. Oh god. These again, huh? Why am I attempting that? Do it old Zelda style and just bomb them. Okay, that didn't work. I missed. I'm gonna turn this down a tiny teensy bit. There we go. Alright. Let's get it today, boys. Get fucking amped. Oh. No, he's doing it again! It's Jaeger's favorite thing to do. How dare you? Jaeger, thank you for 2 69-bit cheers. God damn it. You madman. Oh no, he's doing it again. No. Jaeger! Thank you for the bits. It begins. No. That intro is always killer. Yeah, I know. It used to play more of it and people are like, "Oh, you shortened it." I'm like, "Yeah." Cause like it cuts off like halfway into the song starting. The intro's the best part. No, don't let them. Oh, the worst thing that could happen. Please, I'm gonna die. This is not great. I'm trying to lock onto him. I hate wizards in this game more than anything. I'm surprised Link can hit that. And these fuckers. Whatever they are. Jaeger, I hope you're doing good, man. Thank you for the 207 bits. Goddamn, man. Alright. I would much rather fight these. I pressed B for some reason. Alright. Yeah, just make them fight each other. It's great. Oh my god, I'm not playing safe at all. I'm just being greedy. Right here, boys. You fucking idiots. Alright, one more. Okay. Dude, so the no heart drops definitely is like a little difficult, but these orbs that drop items are like honestly really OP. I have only ran out of arrows once, and it was because there were like no enemies in the temple I was in. There were enemies, but god damn. Freaking money. Once, poggers. Yeah, I only ran out of arrows like once because they give them to you like fucking crazy. Like there were a lot of enemies, but they were all in the air. Like I needed to shoot them. Alright, you gotta try for sure. You need 7 more. 1 out of 8, boys. That's exactly what I thought, Nico. I thought you had to go to the Forbidden or Forsaken Fortress again, but I think I've already done that. I think that happens like right after you get the Master Sword or something. I don't know. I could have swore there was like another dungeon before we did Triforce hunting. But now that we're on this, now I know we're even fucking closer because this is like the final thing you do. I know where one of them is just from memory. Dude, I honestly, I think I kind of get goosebumps from just the Wind Waker songs. I really, really like them. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's on the island. I know exactly where this one is at. Yeah, the one you see at the very beginning of the game and you're like, what's that? Fuck, now I gotta play more Zeldas. Nico, hang with me and experience them all. I need to go into like playing them like consistently again. Ah, wind. I didn't mean to do that. Now to get to this one? Fuck, if I remember. Can't do that. I think you might just have to go up really high. Well, I don't know. Honestly, I don't remember. I usually frequent Legend of Zelda 1 and 2 because of just pick up and play. Yeah. There's a tree? Okay. Oh, there is a tree, you're right. Okay, I always make everything harder than it needs to be. I'm like, oh, how can I figure out a puzzle? Oh, I didn't even need to go over here. Really? What's the point of this? Or no. I mean, that would have made sense to me too. That platform had to be there for a reason, right? It was there for the jar? That's so stupid. Oh, come on. You can climb that link. Alright. Grab this. Okay. Should just tried that from the start. Alright, we're gonna do my favorite little thing in the game. Big head, small body Link. It looks great. It's big head time. Doesn't have anything in it. That's surprising. Surprised it doesn't drop like a shit ton of rupees whenever you break it. It looks like fucking daytime in here. I have these new curtains up now. Oh, okay. Well, if we're gonna be given those. Biggie brain time. Alright, sick. We are set. What is this? The Savage Labyrinth. Deep in the never-ending darkness, the golden shard awaits. Okay, I don't remember this. Is it dark? Oh, okay. It's just more bats. Oh, this is the one where, like, you just keep completing levels and going down. I think I remember this. Maybe thinking of Twilight Princess. I don't know, dude. A lot of these, yeah, okay, no, I'm right. Twilight Princess has something like this, too, though. But that shit gets fucking hard. Pit of 100 Trials. Yeah. That shit's hard. Oh, that's from Paper Mario. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, well, Nintendo's done this a lot, then. It's harder as the wolf. Yeah, I remember trying it, Marin, and I got pretty far into it, and then that's actually the last time I touched Twilight Princess on the Wii U. I was like, oh, fuck. It started stressing me out. I didn't want to lose. Nico, I've talked about this once before, but I've never played Paper Mario. I would love to maybe stream it one day. Yeah, that's what it was. That's why I was trying to do it. I don't know how I've never played Paper Mario, but I haven't. Wait, what? Oh, you can kill these? I actually had no fucking idea. I thought you just had to use them for buttons and stuff. This is news to me. Add it to the list. I have the N64 one. I don't have Thousand Year Door, which everybody loves that game. Fighting 3 Iron Knuckles at once is enough as a binge. Enough of a bitch as Link, never mind the fucking wolf. Yeah, the wolf can be kind of frustrating to play sometimes. It's not the worst, but... Spin attacks for days, dude. I'm using them now because I didn't use them like all game, and they're actually really helpful for crowds. Super Paper Mario... Okay, so... I know that a lot of people don't like Super Paper Mario, but that's actually the only one I've played, and I fucking loved that game. I know the other ones are RPGs, though, so it's very different. Because Super Paper Mario is a platformer, but it has, like, some RPG elements in it, like health and stuff. I guess that's not a very RPG element, but it's because people are dummies. I played Super Paper Mario because I remember, like, freaking out about the mechanic where you can flip him. So I rented it once, and I played it for, like, I never beat it. I rented it one time and played it a lot, I remember. And, like, the little bit of time I had it. That is a game I definitely want to go back and play as well. Super Paper Mario is awesome. Bada bing, bada boom. And you get to be Bowser. Yeah, that shit's cool. Yeah, yeah, no, I know sticker star people do. Yeah, I know the whole sticker star thing. I just know, I've just heard people say, like, if I say, oh, I've only played Super Paper Mario, they're like, oh. I'm back. Welcome back, Rick. Rick, you guys keep leaving me, it's scaring me. I haven't seen Kyle yet. Where's Kyle at? Oh, wait. Kyle said he'd be gone tonight. Fuck, man. Where's all my boys? We got Marin and Nico here for the freaking Zeldies, though. Wait. Is this the beginning again? I just need to talk shit more. Don't be afraid. Oh, what the fuck? I'm so confused by that. Markers is here too. Can't forget Markers. I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. I'm just used to having you guys here to bounce off of constantly. Oi! Rick, once you go to college, my streaming career is over. Okay. Just working at the same time. Oh shit, are you working right now, Markers? I'm sorry, dude. Okay, that's kind of what I figured, that it was checkpoints. But why? It's not that hard. Get over here. Holy shit. So we're... Oh, fuck, Markers. I always forget that. Because you're like... I always forget that I would start stream at 10 p.m. and then you'd be like, I'm almost off work. It used to always be like that. I don't know why I forget that. It's been that way for literally like 2 years. You're practicing Luigi's Mansion? You're gonna fucking kick ass at it. I'm gonna sock. I don't remember shit. I mean, I don't know. It's Luigi's Mansion though. Like, I've played it like 5 or 6 times through. I'll make time for you if I gotta watch in class. No. Yeah, you started earlier today, so no one's here yet. Hardworking boys. I've been doing 8 p.m. for ever since all this quarantine shit. It is just still weird. It's still weird. Well, sometimes it's just dead, and it's like I'm as active as though I wasn't even working, so no worries. No, I don't know what's wrong with me the last 2 days. Normally I can deal with just chilling, but I miss my boys. My boys have been busy. Marker's got the work, Rick's been doing school stuff, and Kyle, Jesus, all the shit happening to Kyle right now. So Kyle, like, hasn't been here. Now I'm like, where are my boys? Oh, loans. We're getting Steve off my loans and stuff. Yeah. Sick idea, Rick. Get him the fuck off of there. Oh, yeah, man. No, I fucking appreciate the hell of you guys. Seriously. I'm just speaking out. I'm just thinking out loud, I should say. I'm speaking out loud. Oh! Hasn't even spoken to me today? Sounds good. Come on. You know that thing they taught me in school? And speak internally. Okay, Kona. Sounds like some psychopath shit, Dan. I'm gonna just talk to the voices inside my head. This is really long. The sound design? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hampy was playing this. I popped into a stream and I was like, oh shit, I'm playing this too. He was like, oh, are you not done with it yet? And I was like, no. I know, I've been playing it for 2 months. Basically, my mom is getting divorce papers, finally ready for him to sign. We have to call my school's AIDS office to get him off my aid, and I'll probably get more aid because of that. Oh shit, dude. It's all happening, Rick. All the stuff you've been talking about for how long now? I mean, just everything. Alright, this has got to be like the end. Fuck you! Oh, you don't have to kill all these? Okay, that's actually very nice. Were you there to him with face? No, I wasn't. Ah, so rude. Face gameplay, I love it. So I talk to myself a lot because I have ADHD, and saying what I'm thinking helps me focus. And my first college roommate was like, "Are you mentally unstable?" Jesus Christ. I hope everything clears up in time when you're looking forward to GTFOing. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. What did Shane message me? Hello? That's me, bro. Oh, that's fucking funny. No, bitch, I just enjoy intelligent conversation. That's good. Alright. How about... Okay, so what happens if you leave here? I have 3 fairies, so there's literally no reason for me to leave. That's my excuse for talking to myself. Oh, okay. Well, good thing we didn't fucking leave. Oh! It couldn't be worse! That was actually very smooth. I'm surprised that went so well. So compared your art style to South Park, it looks nothing like South Park. I'm an all-mind thinker, so I don't speak to myself as much as I should. I say lots of things that my mind thinks that I probably shouldn't say. Kind of the opposite. Oi! All I know is you get the Triforce at like level 30, but if you get all the way, you get a special item. Do you know? Can you tell me what the special item is? I feel that, Nico. Hi, Carrie. That's so funny. Said South Park vibes. Huh. I also giggle myself, which probably makes me seem like a crazy person. That's just your evil coming out, Marin. It's an item? Get it? It's a good item? How long does it take? I'm doing good, carrying. I hope you're doing good too, man. Trying to get through my 200 games I've started over the last year. We're almost done with one of them. Nice. I was gonna try and make it to her halfway through the animation of him flipping, the fire would go away. I didn't think I was watching Traz. Listen. It was too easy. Oh! Everything but one, huh? Imagine if everything was the same, but my art style was like Big Mouth. Don't think you'd be Purse's artist, Rick. God damn it. That would be the Purse icon. No. Don't make fun of Purse Brain. Why not? It hurts my feelings. Try to have me record something with a super cutesy voice. Oh no. That worries me. Don't Kappa me. What is this? Yo, Purple, what's up, man? Dude, this Kung Fu motherfucker. Kappa. Dude, we've already, Oi! Bruh. Oh my god, please. I need to do it like in time with shit in the game. For the Nico. Oh, Mario, plow my big fat mushroom ass. Yeah, what? I don't think that's what she said. I know that sounds sad, but bro, I'm in a good mood because I streamed today and I actually had people watching. Fuck yeah, Purpla. Well, I'm glad, man. Oh yeah, 2 is better than 0. Fuck yeah, man. I'm glad. That's awesome. What were you playing today, Purpla? Oi! Oi! The Twitch sphere is a big place. Cuphead? Nice, dude. I miss Cuphead. I want to play it again so bad. Nice. That's what I wanted. Fuck you. Come on. Yo, what's up, Shane? How you doing, man? Shane, I miss you. I freaking miss you, dude. Yo, Nico, thanks for the host, buddy. I appreciate it, man. We just keep picking up money, but there's no reason for any of it. Give me something I need. Alright. $35 at water token? 35 minutes? I don't even remember it. what's a good time. Some games I think require more focus to play. For example, the earlier Ninja Gaiden titles, and once you're used to it, it's easier to talk to others on stream. Right. Nice, 2 out of 8. I did not want to go in that! I was looking at chat! What happens if I go back down now? Where's Kyle? Kyle can't... Oh my god. I was gonna do the rest of it. Kyle's internet isn't boop. He has to... He's like busy today. He said it in our little chat. God damn it, man. I'm so fucking mad. Well, we just have to make it to another checkpoint and then leave, I guess. Shane, I thought you got an upgrade, and I thought that was gonna help. It sounds like it's worse than it was before now. What did you do? What's up, Blitz? Yo, Beck! Thank you for the follow, man. How you doing, Beck? I miss you, man. Don't know why I wasn't following you. That's okay, man. I hope you're doing good. So what I did, Blitz, is, was there like fucking 50 floors to this? What is this? 100 floors? How many are there? Nico, now you're gonna have to tell me what the item is, because I'm not gonna do it. There might be. I accidentally stepped in the fucking teleporter that takes you back up. It's basically 50? Okay, and then that was at, what, 30? I'm not doing that. If it's probably a piece of heart. Well, I'm not gonna do it, so there's no point I keep it a secret. It's the hero's charm? What the fuck is that? That doesn't even look like a straight face, Shane. It looks like a sad face. He looks sad. Yes, I could. I could say I beat the game. Assist with something? What the fuck? Yeah, I've never seen that item. Huh. I knew there was 2. You guys are just making faces. All right. How do you set up channel points? I don't know if you have to be an affiliate or not. I don't know. But you go into your creator dashboard. Or in your case, Bitbugs. Yeah, the channel points, it's in your creator dashboard. Me before I had braces. Holy shit. Yeah, it's just in the dashboard. Alright. Jesus, that was so fucking annoying. All because I accidentally touched something. I think you have to set it up for it to work? Well, yeah. Wait, Karen, what do you mean? It has to work for it to work? Oh! Look here first. Just I read that and I was like, wait, Karen, what does it mean? You can go over there and give you a big ol' hug. Maybe I should continue teasing you then. Maybe I want a big ol' hug. Maybe I need one. Guys, no. Shane has 1 kilobyte internet and he can still post dicks in my chat. Okay, let's move on. It's Shane's fault. I don't wait. Okay, we gotta check the map. The incredible chart. Okay, so we did that. There's one on the ghost ship. It's kind of like a straight line. 3 space. Yep, space. Yep. Okay. And that's 3 up. Okay. So, okay. I just don't know where the fuck that is. Alright, we're gonna go from right to left. Like we're reading anime books. The Piercer? Jesus Christ. Javelin dick over there. Alright. I'm so curious about what Don't Do It does. We've had 1 redeemed. Dan redeemed it, beginning of this month or end of last month. It's something alright. What's your game's favorite? I'm sending you a letter soon. Why are you sending me a letter, Rick? What for? Alright. Let's use our final bait. Oh yeah, I threw it in the middle of a boss fight. God damn it. Nice, dude. It's hard to come up with ideas for channel points. It really is. I'm trying to replace timeout because, like, as funny as, like, timeout is, I don't like... Like, if there's someone that's really active in your chat and then they aren't able to talk for 20 minutes, I don't know, it's kind of lame. It makes sense if I had like 1,000 people or something, but I don't. So losing 1 person is actually kind of like a big deal to me. So I've been trying to think of ideas to replace timeout with. I was thinking about asking you guys. Do 27k is still quite a bit, Marin. Finally stop being lazy about it. It's just it's hard to think of shit. More Fit Boy stuff? I should just put jumping jacks back there. Because I got rid of it whenever I brought the lights in, because I was trying to even things out. I just figured I'll cycle things, because I mean, it's still there. I literally just click turn on, and it's there. Rename the stream title? That's pretty good, actually. I kind of like that. Make the stream titles really good. Like, I could have a certain template, and then, like, right now I have it Becoming a Legend, and then I have the swords, and then right after I put whatever. You guys could change that part of it. So it'd say Becoming a Legend, space, my dick fell off. How are you already back up to 38k? Jesus. That won't get abused. Absolutely not, man. Everyone here is saints. All angels. Oh god. Oh god. Jesus Lord. I can change the stream title for free? Don't you dare do it. Okay. I'm gonna do this on the... Oh, it's not gonna let me do it on the way down. God, you suck, game. No! Oh, the hook shot's up there now. What? You have to go around. No, you don't go around the edge. How the fuck do you get in there? Is there a little slot right there? A little slot? No trolls here. Nope. Nope. Have people choose how you work out? Sark has that? That's awesome. I've never seen that in his stream. Yeah, man, at the little angel. I'm sending you a thank you letter. Aw. Thank me for what? What did I do? Alright, you gotta land, like, right on it, I guess. Wait, how the fuck do I get out? Ah! This game is such a fucking troll, dude. Oh, okay. Jesus. This game sucks. Compliment the Redeemer? That's pretty good. I'd want that for less, though. Because that's so simple. It's gotta be somewhere up there with, like, the, I mean, I could shift things around. It can be whatever. We have fun killing Sark. Poor guy. Hello? Oh, is this where you have to bring the fresh water to him? This shit sucks. I think you have to do that in like a manner of time or something. Redeem poking fun just trash talk at someone? Oh god. See, it's so tough because like what you just said after, you're like, wait, that could be bad. Someone redeems something, I go, you're a piece of shit and I hate you. You're my least favorite person in chat. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, do I have to do this water thing for a Triforce piece? You're my least favorite sub. Yeah. It upsets me that you aren't tier 3'd to me. Okay, do I actually have to do this? Huh. I'd give up points for you to roast someone. Wow, man. Whoever redeems it gets roasted. It's pretty funny. Thanks, Purse. I knew it. Says the man with the VIP badge. Tell me how you really feel, Purse. Blitz, I would never say that to you. You're my least favorite streamer on this channel? Ouch! Okay, so what was the point of this? I was on the wrong nobody look at me. I was totally on the right island. Rick, no, but I don't have any least favorites. Oh, fuck. I do remember this. This kind of sucks. Change my green screen to an image? Oh, that's pretty good. An image? I don't know why I did that. My weird accent. Good morning. Hentai images only. An image. Holy shit! Fucking Robin Hood over here. Oh my... 3 for 3? Oh. Surprised the game can render that. Oh my god, dude. How the fuck am I gonna shoot that one? This one's insane. Alright. Let's aim right here. That looks good. Just gotta time it well. Okay. I think we can get around it. I don't even remember honestly doing that before. Thank God we have one fucking pair. That means we have one shot. Yeah, that's the Wii U version. It's a fantastic version of the game. What do I... Oh, shit. Okay. No! Well, there's my one fucking shot, boys. Pretty sure that's what you have to do here. Is Beetle around? Yeah, I love that too. Oh, now you're over here, huh? Fuck you. I don't think there's any other way to do this. God damn it. We have to find Beetle again. The Amish people? Oh no. What's our best bet here? Finding Beetle and buying stuff off of him? I see something right here. Does it show him from that far away, or is that just an island? I think that's just a rock. Okay, well that was a rock, but somehow he is right next to that rock. So, that's kind of fucking perfect. Accidental. Between a beetle and a hard place. Alright. I want to buy more of these because I want to fill out the map. Realistically, the best thing to get points would be to just buy a shit ton of these. Can just buy a shit ton of these and get the silver membership. I think like the gold membership gives you a piece of heart or something. I'm just gonna keep buying these until I get the silver membership. Thank you! Oh, I can't! I'm gonna go outside and waste them. Oh, that's gonna take some time. Oh, if there's no birds around, okay, whatever. Whatever, Beetle. I wanted your gold membership, but looks like we're not getting it today. Alright, and we gotta go this way. This way. Or was it this? It was this, wasn't it? I honestly don't remember either. Like, at all. Alright, this was it. The sail pumping is so much faster. If it wasn't so annoying. Oh, I'm glad to hear he's back. Yeah, it's been 6 years since I've played this. It's fucking crazy. I couldn't believe it. Oh, they're all back? Oh my god. Oh, the collateral, the sign too. Alright. Platinum? There might be a platinum membership. I don't know, I don't even have silver yet. You have to buy a lot of shit from him. Is this inverted or okay, it is inverted. That's good. I like inverted flying controls. Okay, I apparently can't hit shit. This is so fucking hard to hit. There we go. Fuck his reward program? What does he give you? One of them has to be a piece of heart, right? I'm gonna burn his boat? Wow! I know how Marin feels about Beetle. Don't do it! You're so annoying! You fucking suck. I won't spoil it. Well, if he said fuck it, I would assume he does something stupid. This was Fort's favorite part? I didn't even know Fort streamed this. Why is it not hitting that? We'll go for that one last. Oh, I got my ass eaten by the bird. He did, and he beat it last year. Maybe I do remember that. Flying as the bird is fucking cool, man. Look how much of the ocean you can see. It's fucking sick. What's up, Smithy? How you doing, man? God, that one's hitbox is just harsh. You're playing as Marin. Pilot Wings Wii U. Yeah, there it was. I was gonna say, this better not make you do shit after doing that. It doesn't. It doesn't make you do shit. Who hid all these Triforce shards? Who put them in these weird-ass locations? So bizarre. More free money. Just give me another fairy. They don't put fairies anywhere in this game. You just have to go to the fairy fountains. Oh, 420? Let's go! Probably tingle that stupid asshole. He probably did. An hour for all items for fortune teller. I honestly cannot remember the times. I don't know like how good that is. I don't even remember how long the speedrun is. It's like an hour and a little over an hour, right? I'm definitely out of practice. Well, good, because I don't even remember how the speedrun works. I don't remember the game really. So good, you should be out of practice if we're gonna race it. Dan, thank you for the lurk, man. Game time with a friendo? Fuck yeah, man. I want to thank you for unintendedly introducing me to Fort with the pepper command. Holy fuck, I forgot about that goddamn evil cursed command. And you're welcome, Caring. Okay. This menu, like, breaks randomly. It's so weird. It's probably because I'm so far away from the Wii U. Wait, okay, so what's the purple chart? Because we got a Triforce piece out of that, right? Wait, didn't I? God, I need to stop paying attention. I have it on my channel still? Hell yeah. Well, that's his day job. Yeah, he's a fucking stripper by night. Tingle is Ganon? Did I wasn't paying attention once again. Did we just get a Triforce shard? I don't even fucking know. No, we didn't. What did we get? Did we get a fucking map for one? Oh. This map must be interpreted. Oh! I need to start looking at my screen so I can be upset ahead of time. God damn it. Oh, it's so incredible, Tingle. Alright, 2 spaces over. They did, Markers. What the fuck? It's all fetch quests. This is World of Warcraft all over again. But you expect it in World of Warcraft, so you don't get as upset. I'll believe Jar Jar is a Sith, but Tingle is Ganon. Tingle is Ganon is a hard stretch. That's an interesting theory. Tingle was before his time. There's something here, huh? This is like your own special house you can get, right? Isn't that what island this is? Welcome back, Rick. Wait, Rick, what are you working on again? Why did you tell me you were going? I can't even remember. Where did you go, Rick? The mansion, baby. Miss Mary's Cabana, property of Windfall. Visitors not welcome. Oh no. It's not the lady with the fucking purse, please remember. Remember who you are. Cheapest little scamp. This cabana belongs to the master. Oh, do we have to give her fucking... No! Don't tell me that to get this, we have to give her fucking... Oh no. Oh no. We have to give her joy pendants? Is that why it's been giving me so many of them? I was in the shower? Hell yeah. Why do I know that? What is that? Oh, that's Lisa. Okay, unless there's some other shit here, I think that's what this one is. Okay, there's money behind the waterfall. Yo, what's up, Maddie? How you doing, man? Wait, what? How do you get in there? There's a perfectly Link-sized hole there. It won't let me go in. Oh, there we go. Yo, what's up, Crab? How you doing, man? I'm great, thank you. Good. I don't think there's anything else besides this down here. I think we have to give joy pendants to the teacher, and then she gives us the cabana. I'm alright. Good. Good to hear. Alright. So that's nothing. Oh, Triforce Quest is kind of a pain in the fucking ass, isn't it? Oh, there's a guy right here. Hello? Okay, so this guy just... okay. You see a Frankenstein right now? I saw, yeah. It's not the most fun. They simplify it too from the original? Yeah, Jesus. I remember hearing that and being like, oof. So, we actually... Windfall. I can't remember what's different in the original, considering I've never beaten it, so... It just... they made it like... I don't know. It's just weird, because, like, the whole game is dungeons, and at the very end, they're like, oh, yeah, shit, you gotta get all these before you can go to the last place. It's like, oh, no. Oh, you played it on the GameCube? Yeah. I forgot that it's, like, way harder on the GameCube. I can't remember why. For what reason, but... Hi, Discount. What's up, buddy? Alright. How many did you give me again? One? What can I do for you? Pendants. Let me tell you, I love jewelry. Don't tell me that you need more. Okay. Oh, they're very rare? Oh, I've been finding them like fucking crazy. $21. My whole body is numb, so this is what it feels like. I'll take 20 of them. Oh, thank God! Thank Christ. I was waiting for it to be like, I need 25! Cool. Nice to see you, Discount. Oh yeah, that's what it was. You got way more charts that you had to go to a second place to find. But in this one, they just put the pieces in there because they're like, I'm sorry. Nice to be here. Discount, did you ever play Wind Waker much? Or at all? It's this little island, right? Hydrate, fuck yeah. Discount's been popping in saying hi lately. I always appreciate it. No, because it doesn't have Cranky Kong. Gotcha. Of course. Maybe that's what's breaking it, because I'm doing that outside of the menu. Oh, that's Ice Ring Isle. Where the fuck? How do I keep losing all these places? Private Oasis. Okay, so it's northwest. I'm doing okay. Could be better or worse. Hoping I'll be better. Oh yeah, you'll get there, dude. We all go through those little phases, you know. Me, it's like every other week. Like, one week will be really bad, and then the next week is, like, back to being good. Goes back and forth. I haven't eaten dinner yet. What should I make? I had pizza right before I streamed. Like, right before. I thought you said eat a pizza. I was like, what? A single slice of cold bologna. Finally some fucking food. Some delicious fucking food. Bologna is just non-spicy pepperoni? That's a hot take. Pizza rolls? Fuck yeah. I can't buy pizza rolls because I just eat them and I feel like they're not doing anything. I'm like, I'm just eating these because they're good. Okay. Beautiful. Why is there a butler, a talking butler on the door? Bruh, let me in. Where is it? It's in my messenger bag, I bet. Yep. Unclean. Are you Master Stinky? Oh, I put a heart. And now I can look at his ass. No, dude! Why do I have a picture of this fucking dumb kid? Spiritual, thanks for the host, man. What's up? Oh, God. Oh, it's one of these? I thought it was just a puzzle, not a fucking slide puzzle. Fucking God. Sadly, I must quit. No, oh yeah. Okay. Slide puzzles are like kind of fun, but they stress me out. Fuck. Okay. That's gonna go in the top left, so that kind of sucks. This all needs to go right. Okay. What is this? What is this land right here? Oh, that's his arm. Okay. I could do this in way less moves, I would guess. Okay. Dude, this is too big brain for me. God damn it. Wait. No, it's gotta be like... Oh my fucking God. You have to have a side dish with pizza rolls or it does nothing for me too? Yeah, it's so weird. Peppered lobster risotto with a discount. Yeah, Rick's gonna go make that. Rick undercooks all of his pizza and stuff. Have Pierce make it for you? He taught me all the ways to cook. Right, you guys have seen my streams. Okay, this is yes in a way. I know that sentence made sense. Okay. Now this needs to fucking go down one. How do I do that? I have to move this fucking shit out of the way somehow. I understand how to do it. It's just doing it in the right amount of moves. If I could cancel it, that'd be nice, but I don't think it'll let me do that. I don't want to move any of these pieces. Wait, this is... Wait. This is actually going to be... Wait, yes? This? Which would be that, so, okay. Now these need flopped. Holy shit, this is gonna take me forever! Yo, what's up, Brayden? Did someone say pants? What? I never said pants! Don't slander me like this. I'm so annoyed. I hate slide puzzles, man. These are just like in the wrong spot. It needs to be... That needs to... Oh my god. No, this needs to be shoved over more. Okay. So then... This does not need to be... That doesn't need to be shoved over more. What am I thinking? This needs to be shoved over more this way. Okay. Small brain. Dude, I can't figure it out! I can't figure out the slide puzzles. This is the hardest thing I've ever done on stream. You've done a 99 piece of these? That sounds awful. I'm doing good, Brandon. I'm trying to solve a slide puzzle right now, and it's awful. Alright, so we gotta get this shit over here. Okay. This is fucking frustrating. Yo, Anna, what's up? How you doing, girl? I've never spent this long on a slide puzzle in my life. You almost had it. I could feel something. Oh my god, it's so close! Oh my god. I'm not getting frustrated. It's too big brain for me. I need to flop these two. That's what keeps happening to me. Like, I don't know what logical process you do to get them in the other position. It's literally that, but reverse. Yeah, there you go, Carrie. Discount, shut up! God damn it. Hi, Pierce, just lurking for now. Thanks for lurking, Alicia. Hope you've had a good day, man. I'm so small brain! Oh my god, and it's gonna be fucking backwards again. Ooh, that gamble, holy shit! That's a big boy gamble right there. Wait. No. No. Wait. Just get me out of here. I don't even know why I'm here. No. Okay, it would be this. No. He looks fucking bizarre right now. But it needs to be down one. It's once they're like, when they're in this little thing where they're like stuck, I don't know what to do. Oh, okay, so you gotta take it out of the equation and then flip some stuff around and then maybe put it back in somehow. Oh. So say we were to do that. It needs to be Stop making me annoyed. Listen, I'm stuck. I'm trying to figure it out. He's that Two-Face guy off of Dark Souls. Yo, Blitz. Okay. Give me a breather here. Ace, dude. Hell yeah. Get the best card you could. Puzzle stuck. Okay, so now this eye just needs to get out of here. I need those flipped. Ugh. Oh my god, I'm so fucking close right now. I'm so close! Jesus Christ. Oh, no! You do not give me rupees for that. Yeah, it's exclamation point quote, and then add, and then you put a quote. Wait, so... Is there more? What are you supposed to do here? I'm so confused. I didn't even have to do that? Or you just have to leave and come back in? Yo, what's up, Hayden? I'm so confused. If someone redeemed flip controller, I just wouldn't play. No, there's no space. There's no space between that and exclamation point and quote, Anna. Do we have to do all of them? Don't tell me. It's working. Dude, how many of these do we have to do? There's no way. We're gonna look them up. We're gonna look them up. There's no fucking way. That just took me so long to do, and now it's like, oh, you have 1 out of fucking 20? There's 16 of them. This is on the Wii U. Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way. I'm looking these up. There's no way. Wait, does it not reset you? I bet if you leave it does. Boo! Dude, this is going to actually take me like 4 hours. I don't think you even get a Triforce piece from this. I don't know what you... Is anyone gonna... Are you gonna tell me that this is not how you get one of them? Becoming a power gamer. I don't think... No, I think this is for extra shit. I definitely would have remembered this. I'm not gonna look it up because I don't think this is the solution. I think this is for like a heart piece. This game is for amusement only. Anna, why was it necessary that we add that? I keep pressing the rules escape me. The rules don't escape me. I just don't want to do it. God damn it. Sadly, I must quit. It's testing your sanity. It has something to do with this, or the shiny pots. I don't know what, but it has something to do with it. Well, I'm glad we did that puzzle, guys. We figured one out. Pants? No, no pants. No pants. Why are you guys talking about pants? What's happening? It's not... There's no pants happening. You win only rupees from those puzzles, by the way? That makes me upset. I'm okay with a fucking stupid maze. I just went in a circle. I already know it. As long as it isn't a slide puzzle. Okay. It's more money. There's no pants, you liar. Yeah, I don't know. People, like, today, people have randomly just saying pants. And I'm like, huh? What about a fall puzzle? Slide and fall? What the fuck is a fall puzzle? Percy, you will love this, Kappa. Oh no. I didn't remember this. It's just takes you to money. I can remember mazes. I just can't remember. I can't figure out those puzzles. Old Stinky's all grown up now. Sad to see him go. Matt, welcome in, man. He's grown up. He's a big boy now. Never forget Stinky. It's okay, I just spent 30 minutes on a fucking slide puzzle I didn't need to do, so we're postponing his life as much as we can. I never said that. Why do you guys slander me in quotes? I never say any of these things. Okay, so this was the one on the right. So much maze. Oh, I thought that was just a dead end. Oh god. These Triforce shard pieces fucking suck, yo. I'm gonna guess it's that hole. Okay, so these are like shortcuts back. Oh god, no, 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 no. Get them the fuck away! Rick can't tell my stream between Gabe's anymore. It's fucked up. Rick keeps doing bucks here. I think it's bucks in Gabe's and Barley's. I know, Rick. That's insane. Alright, they're not giving me many paths to go, so... It's like one direction. Like the band, you know. Who? Oh, sorry. Alright, that wasn't so bad. If I had known the slide puzzle wasn't necessary, then that would have only taken like 5 minutes. Alright, 3 out of 8. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there's a top 5 and they're fucking nutso. They're ridiculous. Okay. Time to look at the incredible C chart again. Alright, so there's a C chart there, which I already got. So I'm gonna go 2 more west. Which would be this way. I just thought the handle of that hammer was just so thin. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. I don't know, I guess if it's like iron. If it's like a rebar club. 139 doing painter. That almost sounds like the time I used to get. Don't practice, Anthony. You're gonna end up winning. Yo, Gabe, you're still awake. Talk to me, Gabe. What's up? You can't say that. What did Anna say? Oh, okay. I'm gonna tell you right now that I'm pretty sure all of my mods have said shit similar to that and had to have the same thing done to them. My own mods. They've learned now. I just woke up? Oh, okay, so you did take a nap. Well, you slept for fucking 4 hours last night. I would have done the same shit. Welcome back, Gabe. I missed you. I needed you. I didn't need you. I wanted you here. Let's see. Big Head Hamburger. Dude, that puzzle was fucking retarded. My brain ain't big enough. Oh, thanks for trying to break this for me. You have to pick it up though, silly. No, you needed him, don't lie. Yeah. What's going on now? Also, yeah, that's a nice feature. That stupid puzzle. I have 5 pieces left, I think. Oh. Oh! It's the Midwest room. It's the Shane room. Damn, 3 for 1? Just get ready at that door. Oh. How do you delete a message? You can click on their name and it should say purge. I don't know if that's like Bear Twitch TV or not. Is there a purge? How do you purge a single message, Rick? How'd you do that? Rick might have just timed in out for 1 second or something. That'll get rid of their messages. Kermit sewer slide. Say I'm gonna end it all. That's what I say. I say that on stream. You can say it in chat. Commit Lego step. Middle left busted. Kyle! Kyle, you're here! Hi, man. Hey, brother of mine. Eat Dorito verdict. Oh! Commit Sudoku. Yeah, that's another good one. Hoya! Oh, he's still alive! God, they do 3 hearts of damage? What happens if I do this? Oh, I took your necklace, you fucking big dumb pig. Welcome in, Kyle. Nice to have you, brother. We're on the worst part of this game. We have to search around the ocean for Triforce pieces. But we're almost halfway done already, so... Ow! Alright, just don't spawn anything. He's spawning! Okay, he's dead. I don't know how long I can stay there watching garbage on Netflix, but the internet doesn't... Okay, cool. So it's just a matter of if your internet stays on. Ow! I'm gonna die! I need to stop playing so sketchy. Remind me not to play a Zelda on hard mode again so we can just... Because we have 20 of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind this as much. But we have so many of them to get through. And this one took forever because I picked hard mode. Fucking knock it off. Come on. Oh. Oh, okay, dude. Oi! I think we had a poll to do hard mode or easy mode, and I think hard mode won. Or hard or normal or whatever. And I think hard won. Also, I think this is the only one with it. Well, no, Twilight Princess has it as well. I definitely wouldn't do hard mode on that game, though. That game's fucking hard. Gonna commit Michael Scott. Yes. Microsoft Bimbos. Don't lose. What's up, Dwap? I won't lose just for you, see? It's gonna be disgusting, but I found a bottle of Mucho Mango under my desk. No, that's gross. Get rid of it. Fucked up in the crib playing wee wee. Oh yeah, hard one. Oh yeah. $145 King Boo first time. So you're still pretty quick. Anthony, now don't you dare play it like anymore. You've got your refresher run. I know how you are with speedruns. You'll put in all the time and you're gonna be a million times better than any of us. Stop, dude. Quit playing it. I don't have time. I don't have time to practice. You're creating COVID-20. I've never ran all portraits before. Yeah, but I know how much you're gonna practice it. Practice on stream? Nobody wants to watch that. I probably could, but... We just have to get a similar time. Because, I mean, if I'm racing somebody that has, like, a 110... and I'm getting a 140 as my best after multiple tries, like, I don't know, man. I guess so. I feel like learning speedruns is a very boring process. I'm not saying like you guys wouldn't enjoy watching me play Luigi's Mansion, but like learning the speedrun is usually a very boring process. Frick, god damn it. Some of it is, but well, I already know the whole game. I just have to remember the route for the speedrun. Then I can learn through you. True. Yeah, you can play at the same time as me. We can learn together. I've played Luigi's Mansion before, and I had a lot of fun with it. On stream, I mean. The route of a speedrun is fast. Alright, is the ghost ship over here? Because it shows a boat on the map. Name them Mucho. Yeah, you need to get rid of it, Rick, you disgusting person. I would never call you that, but considering you just said you have a cup with growing mold on it and you're keeping it, I'm gonna call you disgusting for that. Oh, I used to watch so much Fi-Fi Markers. So much. I loved watching him do LM. His hands are all fucked though, that's why he doesn't do it anymore. AZM 2020, Arizona Mucho. Arizona Mucho Mango. Where is the ghost ship at? Okay, it's thundering. Is it doing that because I'm at this base, or because the ghost ship is near? I don't remember how to find it. No, it's getting bright again! Yo, what's up, J-Dubs? Do you have the ghost ship chart? No, I have the incredible chart, though. It says there's a Triforce piece on the ghost ship, but I have to have a chart for that, don't I? God damn it. Okay, so... Okay. Pretty sure you need the chart to... Okay, okay. Perfect. I don't remember the shit, so thank you, Smithy. It's been too long. Alright. Peter is streaming, he just said that he felt a kinship with you because he's from... What? No way! Wait, I think he told me that, but I was drunk. Has Turbo Technology wanted you to know that? I know a lot about technology, but it loves to give me problems still, no matter what. Technology will always give you problems. That's so funny. Yeah, I was in his stream right before I started. I had to leave to start. I usually don't tell people, hey, I'm gonna leave and go start my stream, because I don't know. You know? It just feels weird. It feels weird saying, hey, I'm leaving, I'm going to stream. So I was in there and I was enjoying him. He has a channel point redemption where he'll do an accent or like an impression of your choice. And they had him doing it for like an hour and a half, so I haven't actually heard him talk outside of an impression for the entire time I watched him. No, he can't raid me again. It's too much love. I have to raid him back now. I mean, I already owe him. I already owe him. It's a bit of a faux pas. Yeah, exactly. Is that faux pass or faux pas? I always say faux pas. I do. It's like pa. Okay, I thought so. Just faux pass also sounds right, kind of to me. C'est French. C'est la vie. Fox pass. My mission is on. Good luck in your Zelda speed. Stop! You guys in the Zelda speedrun. Maybe I'll end before him. I gotta beat the game. And then I can end and then go to him. Alright. Behind me. I was sending Kyle pics. What are you sending Kyle pics of? Your disgusting can that you found? I'm sure he's very proud of you. My whole run of Luigi was so bad. Did you say you died on King Boo? I thought you said you did King Boo first try. Oh no. How do you block someone on Snap? Hold down on their name and then block them? Oh. You said first try or something. I thought that's what you meant. Alright, motherfucker. Get fucked. Alright, it's in the middle of this. Hey, I hope the evening and stream have been good to you. What's up, Truth? Welcome in, man. How you doing, brother? Everything's going good. I'm gonna finish up a Zelda game. It's gonna be phenomenal. We're actually doing it. Alright, Triforce charts, which we have to take to a Tingle Tower. Where the hell are they at? I don't even know where his towers are. I don't think I have one, like, marked. Is it the fair? No, it's not the Fairy Islands. Stinky's Oasis. You should plan a co-op stream with Peter. You literally have the same streaming hours. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he started like an hour before me. We'd have to figure out something that like me and him both like. It sounds like we like a lot of the same shit, so you can warp to it. Okay, I just gotta figure out what it is. They give you a trail to aim. That's cheating. Gale Isle, Overlook Island? No. I'm just gonna have to go to like one of these random places and then... Good. Finishing is always fun. I know, and I've put this one off for way too long. Let's see what this is. Because I don't have this discovered. I think I warped to one earlier and it was just a tower, and I was like, what? I think that's it. What feels better, finishing a game or 100%ing a game? Oh, this is this. 100%ing feels pretty great. That's a hard question though. Finishing a game has always felt amazing to me, because as a kid I didn't do it often. There were so many games that I would just play and never finish. So whenever I would beat a game, I'd feel like really good about it. And I think I get more emotional from beating a game, but I feel like a baller whenever I 100% a game. If that makes sense. Anthony, who knows what he's doing? My mom thinks I'm asleep, hee hee. For the effort put in though, that's the key. Yeah. I 100%ed. Oh my god, it was awful. I went back and 100%ed Portal 1 on Steam recently. That might be one of the hardest things I've ever gotten all the achievements in. It was so fucking difficult. It's so bad. The Portal 1, they have these challenges there's like 8 different maps, and you have to do every map with the least amount of portals possible, the least amount of steps possible, and in the fastest time. And it goes bronze, silver, gold on each one. And the gold medals on those Portal 1 challenges are unbelievable. Like, I spent like an entire day just going for it. It's awful. It is really, really hard. And I know Valve didn't make it. They absolutely, like, took the community, like, what the community could do, and put those challenges in. So they put in, like, speedrun strats and shit. One of them you have to, well, 1 or 2 of them you have to do a glitch to do. It's ridiculous. So I had to learn a lot of shit about Portal 1. But I did that a few weeks ago. Just kind of for fun. I was like, I think I could do this. Do we already have this? We do. Okay. We have to find one of these stupid Tingle Towers. I don't know where they are. I guess we can just go around until we discover it. 100% Super Hexagon? Holy shit, Smithy, that is impressive. I love that game. I would love to just stream that once. It does sound like a poor euphemism. Played some Halo. I need to play the PC port really bad. They just released Halo 2 today or yesterday. So I'd like to play that. What is this? Oh, I forgot about the little fishing guys. Alright, this is something. It's just like a small, shitty wooden outpost that they're all on. Gotta head out. See you next stream, Percy. Yo, Perp, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight, man. Have a great night. Take care, Percy. Dude, because of epilepsy? Oh, you wouldn't stream it? Maybe that's a good idea. It would be rough. I get so into that game. I wanted to, like, look at it on stream just because, I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be a great stream game. Reach was found on PC but fizzled quick. Yeah, they've got Reach 1 and 2 now. I'm waiting for 3 because 3 is... God, I cannot wait for Halo 3 on PC. I can't wait to have any excuse to play that game again. Halo 3 is my favorite multiplayer game of all time. That's crazy, Smithy. I used to play Super Hexagon a lot. But, I started getting stuck on... Maybe it's the second Hyper one, I think? Oh, whoops. I thought I had to do that to activate something. My man. Dude, yeah, I should definitely play Halo 2. I'm waiting for 3, though. And then I'll just play, like, all of them. I know Dan, who's always here, he bought the Master Chief Collection recently. Because I told him about it. I don't think he knew that they were releasing them, like, slowly. Reach's soundtrack. I got some good Halo soundtracks, man. I have charts. That fragrant and musty scent. You played Anniversary today? Yeah, I definitely want to go back and play them. Yes. Whoa! 398! He better be doing all of them. I got 2. Happy to play with you for your desire? Absolutely, man. Absolutely, Truth. I would love to, man. Okay, did I just pay $3.98? What is this? We have to go grind for money now? That's probably why we're getting so much money everywhere. Jesus Christ. Oh god, where is that? Oh shit.
This puss.
This puss? Excuse me? No, not Casey. No, dude. Why did you send Casey Frey to me? I have not seen this. Fucking Casey Frey. I love him so much. He's so stupid. Oh, it's that right there. Anna, thank you. He is hot. Oh god. Anna, thank you for the $2 dono and the amazing video with it. Yeah, Truth, I need to add you on, do you have it on Steam or whatever? Because I think you can buy it through multiple different things. But I need to add you on Steam if you have that. Ow. The price increased with each chart? That would almost make more sense though, you know, Smithy? God, what a great catch. Oh, but you had to find the wallets. Because I think the last chart was 1,300. Fuck that. Oh my god. I thought I had caught it, but I didn't. Shoot the Eternal on Steam? Okay. I'll definitely add you, man. Sick. Only 3 more. Okay, get away from me. So now, what? We gotta sail around until we get 398 rupees. This kind of sucks. We could go do more slide puzzles. You're making commands finally? Nice, dude. What's up, Insane Shane? How you doing, man? So it was like 400, basically. God, I really hate the sharks. They're so annoying. What's the fastest way to get money? Purse, love ya. I love you too! Money. Oh god, okay, it throws it right at you, so you don't want to move. Okay, so that's in the ocean now. That's out of context. Sure it is. Alright. No, 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 no. Fuck, I went around it. Okay. One more challenge set left for Damascus. Damascus on base guns? What the hell does that mean? Oh, I just didn't know what Damascus was. 74 more long shot kills. Holy shit. I haven't played in so long. What the fuck is the Damascus? I don't even know what that gun is. And then you have all base guns done? What the fuck, man? Fuck that. That's crazy. trying to think of the cutest celebrity, and I'm drawing blanks. Is cutest celebrity, huh? I don't know, man. I don't know. That is hard. It's a hard choice. Cyclops Reef. I thought it just went up to gold. What the fuck? COD doesn't make any sense. I thought gold was the highest in the new game. Dark matter? What the fuck? That's so weird. I thought it went up to gold in this one as well. Alright, so we already got that. We literally have to grind money right now. This is so stupid. And it's giving me 50 rupees every time I find something. We need to go back and do those dungeons where we'd break pots and it'd give us like 300. Shut up, Kyle. The cutest celebrity used to be Amanda Bynes? Oh no. In the Savage Labyrinth? That's exactly what I was just thinking. I don't remember where it was. It was like over here. Yeah, it was down here, right? It's to the right of it. It's over by Outset? Was it? I thought it was over here. Maybe I'm fucking forgetting everything. Oh, it's the one under the head on Outset. Smithy, I fucking needed you. I needed you last night. Nobody in my chat knew, where to find half of this shit, and I was like, I don't remember this game. Ren from Even Stevens? Oh, shit. Yeah, same. Gabe knows my type? What do you mean? Oh, God. No, I mean, that's okay, Smithy. I'm just saying, like, I would have been so fucking thankful. I figured it out, obviously. There were just a few things that I was on that I was like, God damn it, what do I do? Playing a game he doesn't even know? I've only beaten it once, so it's just been years. We had the same celebrity interests. I'm hungry. Go get some food, ain't I? Starburst in drink form is weird. Are you drinking a Starburst drink right now? That does sound very weird. Bruh. Bruh! I guess you can farm them here, can't you? Yeah, that makes sense then, Markers. You guys are around the same age. Pink Starburst drink. Huh. I love Pink Starburst, but I don't know if that'd be good in drink form. Yeah, we've got, like, I don't know. Like, a lot of the people in here are, like, yeah, like 18 to 30 is my age range. It literally is. It's like 18 to mid-30s is my age range of people that watch me. Which makes sense if I'm in the middle of that. Alright. Hammer. Also, hi, Barley. So all of Twitch? I don't know, I don't get many 12-year-olds though, Markers. I think that's most of Twitch. And the occasional 13-year-old, usually annoying. All right. Rick Uatu. Alright, so we have to redo this over and over again to get money. Fuck you. Nico Hotch, you whippersnapper. What did Nico even say? Did Nico say he was old or something? Oh yeah, we gotta ban him. He found me. He came into my stream last night and I was like, oh, I just banned you in Gabe's stream. I'm gonna ban him here real quick. There's a kid that came into Gabe's stream and said the bad word. He came into my stream and all he said was, hello streamer man, and I was like, oh. Baby guitar. Rock that baby guitar, dude. It's in there, dude. Don't worry. Hey, streamer man. Hi, Truth. We're gonna end up doing this now so we can get the bonus thing. We're gonna stretch Zelda out further than I thought we were. We're already almost halfway through the stream. That makes me nervous. Hi, Pierce Kimmler and co. Hello, Andrew. Hope you're doing good, man. I'm sorry I streamed so late. You had wicked oh, really? I hate Twitch's new layout. It makes me... ugh. Oh, Marcus! No, not like that! You strike me as a guy who likes brunettes. Is that true? One of my girlfriends had red hair, and the other one was blonde, but whenever I dated her, her hair was, like, purple. So, I don't know. I guess I like all hair colors. Shut up, Rick. Okay, so I'm wrong. Now I'm sorry, Truth. I mean, you aren't wrong. The layout is trash. It's so bad. It is so bad. I don't know what they fucking think. When you host someone from your dashboard, it looks like you did something wrong. They give you a slap on the wrist for supporting others now. Howdy, how are you? Impressed to see that you're streaming, becoming a legend, waking our final win. Classic. Spam bots, they're so bad. Crowtwitch.com. I hope you put that J in there on accident, Rick, because it honestly is what it would be like. It actually shows everyone who's streaming now. Okay, so that's fixed. It's a start. I need to get up and do my stretchies. Yo, Dwap, thanks for the host, man. Thanks for always being here. Was that enough? No. Okay, we're gonna do the whole dungeon, I guess. Fuck you. I wish I had a bigger quiver. I don't know if you can get one. I have to make a channel trailer too. I have no ideas. I guess I'm just gonna put clips together and put some video game music behind it. That's my idea. Great one, huh? I could do that, Truth. I should have Truth do it. I should have him do his fucking awesome radio voice shit. Nah, gotta be you. I don't have a good voice though. But your voice is really good, Truth. Easy peasy quivers are on Fairy Isles? Oh, really? I didn't do all of those. Yeah, last Fairy Isle I went to, they gave me a bigger bomb bag, so that's probably what it is. Truth, that's not true. I care about your voice. I think you sent me a clip one time that was fucking awesome. Maybe I'll have Barley do a, I should make like a really overly epic movie trailer for my channel. And I'll have Barley do the, In a World. Me and Barley wanted to find one of those guys once, the In a World guys. I don't know if, like, there's any of them on Fiverr, or... In a world full of simps! That's my Twitch trailer. In a world where it's always Perse's birthday. I wouldn't have him say in a world, though. But... I need that voice. I'm Barley, and this is Perse's stream. Yeah. That'd be without further ado, I'm Barley, and this is Perse's stream. And this is Perse's Sony PlayStation. Oh my, yeah, that would be good, Marin. I like that too. That's really funny. Yeah, I like that. We could do a lot of stupid shit for it. I want to, like, actually describe what the fuck I do, though. I guess I do everything, though, so how do we describe that? Oh, there's guys in here. Rick didn't like my channel trailer idea? What was it? And you are watching my channel. Beep, 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 beep. Fake jerking off? Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know how great of an idea that one is. Thank you so much for watching my channel. That's another good one. Ow. I can pull him into the fire? It's kind of rude. Alright, we're taking the boys with. Just a silent loop of failed Mario 64 runs? Yikes. You wouldn't want me to do it? I draw a dong. Yep. That's really funny. Alright. No! I said I was just gonna go ahead and do it. Then I didn't. I lied to you all. Alright, well that shoved me up about 10 levels there. Whatever, we just need the money. We have to do this again, so. Mamma mia! Mamma mia! All those annoying YouTubers start the video. Remember to subscribe, hit the bell button, to stay notified. Check out my merch store. Today's sponsor is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Have you guys played Raid Shadow Legends? Yes, baby, that's good too. It should just be me crying and just the restart button being pressed over and over again. Hashtag sellout. Oh yeah, do I still have that on here? No. Fuck. I don't have it anymore. Oh, that opened over there, didn't it? I used to have the Jacksepticeye high five effect on my Stream Deck. It's not there now. Do a YouTube poop. I'm loving all these ideas, guys. Truly. Tingle Island, yes. McAfee antivirus. Oh no, man. Spiffy, that's awesome. Rick's been busy for like a week. Rick's getting all this school stuff together. They don't care. Did someone just Moweep? We shouldn't play anything. You should do this Triforce chart. We're gonna have to do another one after this because you suck. Moweep. Moweep. Man, whenever I met Traz, you wouldn't believe how often he would say that. Apparently, whenever I play games, I say "oh no" a lot, and every time Traz would go "oh no," I'd be like, "Traz, stop! Get a bigger wallet, you fucking noob, dude." I don't even know how. How to get bigger peanut wallet. Wind Waker. Wind Waker upgrades. One of the wall upgrades is on Outset. You have to have bombs to get it. Use the Deca Leaf. Oh. What? Those are so easy to get. Tingle got titties though? He's got man boobs. Teach me how to swim. If you get thrown in, you learn real fast. Or you die. One or the other. You learn real fast or you die. Let's see, boys. Outset. Just make a comp of you failing Lakitu skip. And then I'm gonna put in big text that just slowly zooms. That's gonna say, "This is my stream." Poor Barley. The fucking RGT face. Why do his emotes fucking work everywhere? It makes me mad how good they are. It makes me so upset. He has too good of emotes. He shouldn't be allowed. I don't have a Tom sub anymore because I can never make it to a stream. I was subbed to him for like 6 months and I made it to like 3 of his streams. And now all the time, since I'm not subbed to him anymore, I type fucking RGT nice all the time and I'm like, oh yeah. It's like there's a hole in my heart. I need an RGT smile for certain situations and I don't have it and I'm like, oh yeah, fuck. Link W. Here, I'll give you a Link W. Didn't we say that we wanted to make a Link W for every game? Is this a good one? It's like a Link 4 weird. But wait, but we can do different ones. Let's see. He has different ones in this game. Oh yeah, that one's pretty good. Oh, angry? Surprised? I had to cancel a bunch of subs, so I couldn't cancel Tom's because I know, dude, it's rough. Okay, that's making me uncomfortable. Hammer. No, we need the leaf. 4 Link. Okay, wind. Alright, hopefully this makes it. Oh! Oh yeah, we're making it, boys. Let's go. That's what I just did. As soon as I did it, I was like, man, I forgot how old I am. It's funny because Link compared. Oh. It's like I'm having sex. Bam, bam. I like the music here. Rick in all caps, moaning isn't funny. Yay. Moaning is fun. Nico would come out and just say that. Alright. I took Kyle's advice. I did this all for Kyle. Oh my god, this room is beautiful. Ooh, blue and purple fairy. Blue and pink. Those colors complement each other very well. No! Oh! Shroomy, what? No, dude! Shroomy, what's up, man? How have you been? How's everything going? Thank you for 200 bits! You didn't have to fucking do that, man. And you don't moan in my stream, it's weird. It'll save you time, yeah, it will. It can hold up to 1,000! Hi, daddy. Ew, stop! I don't moan in the stream. I moan to the stream. Okay. Yo, Marcos, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, damn, she got some good LED strips in here. Moan to make Rick mad? Rick's leaving! I don't even feel comfortable doing it. Oh my god, I lost. More like DS. Nico hears a 3-letter acronym and goes, how can I make this sexual? Can we get around the entire island like this? That would be fucking sick. Oh my god. We're doing it, boys. Oh my god, we're doing it, boys! What are you saying to make everything sexual? You can fuck my ass. yeah, Nico. DTF, hey guys! Shroomy, thank you again, man. I hope everything's going well for you. I haven't been to your neck of the woods in a very long time. Long overdue. You're asleep? Yeah, my sleep schedule's back on the bullshit. Back on its bullshit. I stream when you're asleep on purpose? Why? It's not very nice. Pepe laughed. So you can dream. Oh, I get it. Oh, dude, sorry, I misinterpreted it. I misinterpreted you, Shroom. So you can dream of me. What do you normally do when I'm gone? Wait for you to get back. I actually had a dream of Shroomy the other night. Uh-oh. I actually had a dream about Gabe last night, now that I think about it, and he was being a giant fucking douche. I don't know why. I was so mad at him in my dream. I don't know what was going on. Yo, Andy, what's up, man? How you doing, brother? I had this dream. I went over to Gabe's and I was like, "What's up, dude?" And he's like, "Sorry, man." He's like, "Can't hang out anymore with you." And I was like, "What?" And I don't know, it was just so weird. He's like, "I'm a lone wolf now." And I was like, "What? Okay." And then there was like, he had like a bunch of babes in his apartment. And I was like, "Where's Kristen?" He's like, "Nah, man, I'm a lone wolf now." I was like, "What is this?" I just remembered that I dreamt that, and I woke up and I was like kind of pissed. And I was like, "Oh, that was a weird fucking dream to have." I don't know why I dreamt that. It's very weird. Thanks for a raid last night? Fucking anytime, Andy. I love hanging out with you, man. Every time I raid one of you guys, though, I like say a few things, and then I leave you up, and then I go and I'll either make food, and then like sit here and eat and watch, or I'll pass out immediately after. I'm a lone wolf now. You like that? I didn't like it. It pissed me off. Babe is the best movie? What? How many copies of Babe do you need? Gabe if he's really drunk and memeing? Gabe wouldn't even say some shit like that if he was drunk and memeing. It was so it was like the least characteristic thing of Gabe. Okay, Gabe, I'm glad you were still here to hear what I dreamt last night. It was so bizarre. I was like, I can't believe Gabe has done this. Holy shit. Ow! Where did Babe... Dwap, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about Babe? Where'd that come from? I haven't watched Babe in so long, dude. That's literally what it was, Rick. It was fucking hilarious. I remember being so angry. Alright. Oh, how many babes do you need? Babe is the best. Dude, you guys' jokes are going right over my head. Let's talk about dreams, guys. Have you had any weird dreams lately? I've been having more and more, like... Honestly, I don't know, like last week, I think like 3 nights in a row, I had awful, like depressing dreams. It was terrible. And then I haven't had any for like over a week. And then I just had that one about Gabe last night, and it's more just funny. Because it doesn't make any sense. You guys ever had spaghetti? That shit is noodles. You're goddamn right it is. Had a cool dream about being a superhero? See, that's sick. I want that. I want to draw this now. Please don't. Birds of Prey shit? That sounds sick. That sounds awesome. Fuck you, Stinky. Why are you laughing at Kyle? He didn't say anything. Yeah! Link every fucking day of his life. SMH. That was sick speedrun strats, dude. I don't feel lime switching apps. He messaged me on Discord. Oh. He's a yes man. Always saying yeah. Ow, dude. Please hit him. I keep trying to. I'm literally losing health from trying to do that every time. He doesn't need my no man negativity. Whenever Peter raided us last night, I was talking about Zelda games. He's like, I think he said, like, what are you doing next? And I was like, I don't know. I pick a handful of ones that sound fun to me. And then I let chat decide through a poll. And he was like, one day I'll find someone who appreciates Minish Cap like me. And I was like, oh. I was like, Minish Cap is one of my favorite Zelda games, Peter. You really don't hear many people talk about that game. It's in my top 3 Zeldas for sure. I love Minish Cap. It's my favorite 2D Zelda. I did not grow up with Link to the Past. No Super Nintendo growing up, so... Oh yeah, absolutely. Minish Fap, oh no. Smithy, why? Link can't jump for shit. White men can't jump. White elves can't jump. One of my favorite rappers is streaming Mario 64. What? Too short though? You're too short. Wow! Minish Pants coming soon. Oh no. The Minish Cap and the Minish Pants. I don't know how I feel about that. Alright. Fuck. Okay. Sound like I got you there a bit. Oh, fuck. I was too busy being a lone wolf. Game, shut up! It's a funny dream. Listen, man. Oh! They said, oh! Oh, you're in Illinois territory, bud. Ah! As I do a fucking Wisconsin accent. No, what is that? It's not Wisconsin. What am I thinking of? Michigan? Minnesota! That's it. It's Mednar. Okay. Oh, he went. Oh. Nice poggers. I don't remember. Somebody came into my stream last week and they're like, "Oh, so now this is a poggers stream, huh?" I don't remember who it was, and I was like, "What do you mean?" I think it was more of just like a, "Oh God, you know the Twitch lingo now." I can't remember who the fuck said it. It's kind of funny. Can we get Minxer Lone Wolf, please? Ah, wrong one. I do get scared when anyone tries to lift me. I was scared I was gonna hurt Marin's back. Did Marin lift you? Lone Wolf. Bro, what if Link was actually Raw along? Okay. What if Link was actually Zelda all along? Why can't I not lock onto them because they're on fire? Doesn't make sense. They're on fire so you can't see them. Oh my god. Oh, Robin Hood! What is that quote? Why are you clipping through the fire to get in the dungeon? Do they do that? Because that would be fucking awesome. I didn't say that. How do they do it? I want to do that. I'm sure it's not as easy as just doing it. That's awesome. I didn't know that. Oh, they gather speed with grappling hook. That's fucking awesome, though. The ESS, bro. Extended super slide. Oh, they didn't ope me. Alright, fair 1 out of 3. Percy just focused on getting money. As always, right? Haha. Subs only chat. I only care about you if you're subbed. Hee hee hoo hoo haha. We fucking kill this thing. Ah! Fuck you. I can be your sub. Dude's fighting an oven. Sub only mode! Thank you, Markers. Honestly, with all the fucking I think everyone in here is a sub. That wouldn't have affected anything. That was actually a good one, Markers. Emote only mode. We've never used any of these. That's what I should, honestly, that's what I should do whenever we get to Final Bowser. If any of my mods are here and I get to Bowser 3 and I'm on a good pace, you guys need to put the chat in fucking emote only mode. This is great. I love this. Alright, dude. Oh no, Pants is in there. Sprinkle. People love the emote only, dude. Oh, there we go. Get the fucking golden guy out of here. Fuck you! Mod privileges. There's just a lot of shit that we don't use. Emote only chat as a reward? Oh, that's kind of smart. I like that. I was asking you guys earlier if there are any of you that like weren't here. Mod privileges. If there are any of you, God, you guys have the fucking money emotes. I was asking earlier if you guys had any good ideas, because I'm gonna replace timeout, because I don't want to, I don't know, I just don't want to time out people who are like here hanging out. Maybe if we were like bigger, but I don't want to like kick someone out who's hanging out and talking. So I was trying to think of something to replace it. I don't want to touch this light, that's why I'm not grabbing those. Oh wait, is this just light? Oh. Time out, Rick. Good night, guys, and fall asleep. Anna, thanks for hanging out, man. Get some good sleep. Oh, really? Yeah, I forgot they did it. I got it. Where Cappy? That's pretty good. I do like that. And it just sits over there. I never use it. That's pretty good, Markers. It looks fucking stupid on me, so I would set a time limit on it. We'll have to decide the time limit and stuff. Cappy would be good. I want to get like a collection of hats, and I'll make it a reward that just says TF2, and I have to switch hats. Get Gabe to throw Cappy at your head? Yeah. My old roommate Adam did that last time. I still have the video for that. Ah! Oh, there's light here to fucking do that. God damn it. Jesus Christ, Kyle. Wait, what? When he was asking for ideas? Wait, who? Why do y'all bully me? Why are you guys bullying Rick? Oh, you said privileges. I mean, we kind of had to. Yeah, make him into... I don't know how I would do that. Start a small fire? Yeah, you went no. That makes me look like a cuck. Can't we just hookshot these? Yo, Dan, thanks for the host, man. Thanks for always hanging out, brother. Love you, dude. That sounded like the least enthusiastic love you I've ever said. Love you, dude. I guess. That's why I included the candle. That was when I said light a small fire. It's awful. These are awful ideas. Why would we do this? Can I just throw this and fire? Oh, you can just throw it. Nice. Love you, dude. Forward. Love you, dude. And then I light a small fire. That's immediately what I thought of, Marcos, by the way. Thanks, guys, for that. Oh my god, this just keeps getting worse. Are you fucking dense? What are you doing? You fucking idiot. Oh, I was like, what just happened to me? Yeah, just possess me. That's honestly easier than fighting them. There you go. Is there more? Oh, you son of a bitch. Come here. Rar means I love you in dinosaur. Now I'm mad. Jumping and I'm screaming and I'm vigorously masturbating. And I finally come. I come! Holy shit, the game lagged! There's too many of them! There's so many enemies. What the fuck? The sound sounded like someone knocked on my head. Knocked on my head made out of a 2x4. I come. This is kind of fucked up. The sunlight's kind of worthless on fucking Redeads. Replace your carpet? Dude, I'm so good at rewards. Kyle, you haven't said a single one that I can do. So I says to him, I says, becoming a legend, I barely know her. Moo, 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 my dude, what's up? Come on. There we go. Why are Redeads? That's a great question. Dude, they do. They machine gun those little fuckers out. Cause they're whore. Become liquid. Pull a Terminator 2. Oh? Contract an STD. Kyle, I'm no longer taking suggestions, thank you. This was a mistake from the beginning. Play video games on stream. No. Shit in someone's chimney? No, I'm not doing that. God damn it. Okay, we have one left. This fucking trial kind of fucking sucks, brothers. Kinda takes a long fucking time. I honestly, that almost crossed my mind. I thought about changing the sub games to pick a game. I thought about that. That way, because with sub games, we've always had that question, what do you do once I beat your sub game? Do you get to pick another? Shit like that? I am thinking about changing it. I'll keep what ones we have, obviously. But for the future, maybe? Maybe that's a good idea. I don't know how many points to make that. Maybe that's the one we put. I'm kind of happy with that idea. I mean, the sub was like more of a... The idea behind sub games was I'm playing the game to thank you for subbing. But, I don't know. We could make that work too. God damn. Wait, I don't get it? Wait, what do you mean you don't get it? I was gonna burn some Dreamcast game. Wait, what the fu- Hello, Starflux? Do I know you? Wait, Starflux, why are you doing that? Hello? Playing Daikatana. Look, you guys can only pick games I have. I don't have Persona... Wait, I do have Persona 1. I have Persona 1. I guess... technically I do have Daikatana. Hello? That's just weird, because I just bought my very first Dreamcast. And exactly what you just said, Starflux, is what I was doing the other day. You have P1? Yeah. Rupee collecting sim, literally. He followed yesterday? Right, but I'm just saying, like, this is so weird. Just because I was just doing that. That was literally Hyrule Warriors. Oh, dude, same... That is fucking weird. Huh. Well, you're not finding games under... Today, you're not finding games under 700 meg? Well, I guess they kind of are probably that big. Are your CDRs like smaller or something? You have to put them on CDRs. I got DVDRs and I was like, fuck. What is the best way to take this out? Do they even die by bombs? Holy shit. Their CDR is just really fucking small? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I got lucky with the ones I got. You have some kind of form of Daikatana? It is not the Game Boy Color one, no. That sounds terrible. I didn't know that existed. I think I have it on the... Is it on the N64? If it is, I have it on that. The fact that I can't remember really says a lot about Daikatana. Alright, I'm gonna take Nico's strat and use ice arrows. Holy fuck. This is the worst room that could ever happen to me. Wow, fuck that. Well, like, another reason I want to do that movie is because I own all these games and so many of them I haven't beaten. So it's also, it helps me feel like I've actually played the games I own. So that's why it's all stuff I own. If we did emulation, then yeah, I could just play every game fucking ever. Maybe I'll play that for you one day, movie. I could buy it. I know nothing about it, though. I just know it's an RPG. What's it on? Like PS2? The N64th is the worst. I don't want to play it. Emulator isn't a real word. Real hardware or death? I'm gonna die on the last floor and I'm gonna fucking scream because I've spent an hour doing this. Oh my fucking god. He literally looked up and he said, huh? Okay. I'm going to the bottom. Yeah, I'm trying. I don't know how close I am. I'm probably not gonna make it either, unfortunately. Jesus Christ. I need to get rid of these redeads so bad! We're just finishing them, Mui. It would take fucking years. It's already taking me forever. So, Ocarina, I did like probably like 90% of the game just because I love Ocarina so much. Somebody told me there was a special item down here, and I kind of just want to get it since we're already halfway through it, or further now at this point. Fucking hell. Mui, 100 hours on the dot. Wow. Dude, thank you for fucking hanging out with us for 100 hours. It feels like so much more. Okay. These guys are fucking jokes. I wish they'd give me an orb. God damn it. I fucking knew he was gonna do that. Did he just get mad and hit him? Jesus Christ! Fucking idiot. Yo, Alicia, thank you for the host! Alright. God, I'm focused in right now because I have 3.5 hearts and I have no idea how many floors are left. This sucks, man. By the way, how you feeling playing the same game 2 days in a row? I mean, I'm having fun with this. I'm just excited to beat it, you know? I never play a game 2 days in a row. It's weird. I'm in gamer stance. Damn, dude. Do a push-up reward? Hell no. Oh my. Alright, this is where we're gonna die. If we're gonna die anywhere, it's here. Oh, and there's a fucking electric fence. Oh my fucking god. No! Fucking Wizrobe! Oh my god, dude. What? Oh, they don't react to bombs. I've got to get an A press here. Why did it not prompt me? Oh, really? Well, that was a waste of our time, boys. It was the guy next to him, that's why I didn't prompt. Fucking... I'll get some water here in a second. Thank you, Starflux. That's so annoying. That's Tower of the Gods, Greatfish Isle. We need to fucking discover this one already. We did get 1,000 rupees, you're right. I had to have been close, right? What's that shit called? It's the something Trials. Wind Waker Trials. Trial of the Gods? Savage Labyrinth, okay. 42 minutes? God damn. This video won't even pull up. Do I not have internet? Hello? I'm still streaming. Why can't I not open this? It's 50 floors? Yeah, but I don't know what number I was on. Nope, no internet. Savage Labyrinth. Hello? Jesus, I don't know what my computer was doing.
No. See how it works on them.
We're watching a Let's Play right now.
If it... Out. Yeah. Armament.
Holy shit, is there a floor after that one with more? We weren't gonna make it, boys. I don't think.
The health, even though I can... The last area would be screwed, but... It's the hero's charm. This mystical trinket gives you the...
Oh, that's cool as shit! I want that! Fuck! Wait, so is it this one?
Things on... This is it. Okay. Look.
Okay, so it has 4 knights in that one. And that one's full of bombs. That's really annoying. So we had at least 2 more. We're on the 3rd to last room. Fuck! Alright. I'm gonna go on... Well, my BRBs for Becoming a Legend. You guys can just look at the screen. Here we are. Here's our progress. Fuck, we need some good music, though. Alright, hold on. Let me catch these fairies really quick. Please! Zelda dubstep? No! No, Mooey. God damn it, I bottled water! Where's the CDI games? I'm playing them as a treat after we finish all of them. Look that up on Discord? Wait, what? Or look at Discord? Alright, we're gonna take us back to Outset and hopefully I'll play some good music for you, even though that's not where we need to go at all. That's weird, Starflux. I didn't have any problems with it. Did you win? No, I was showing this to everybody. I'm pretty close. I'm pretty freaking close. I have 3 more tri-poopy pieces. And then, oh, it's fucking nighttime. Play the music! What is the Song of Passing? It's like... There it is. Alright, there we go. Listen, I mute my mic whenever I go to the bathroom just in case the filters don't block it. You guys aren't fooling me. Wait, I kind of have to pee though. Fuck. Mooey, shut up! I can read chat! Okay, I'm back. Mario pissing. Oh, are you talking about the fucking ocean sounds on Sunshine? You guys are fucking goofy. Y'all a bunch of goofs. I look like I'm bald. Look at my hair today. Look at this fucking mess. Jesus Christ. Alright. Let's put all these fairies away so we don't accidentally use them, as we've been doing, and it's been very annoying. We need more items. You always look bald? With a hat on, kinda, I guess. What'd you say? I can't hear you. Okay. Okay, let's see. Tickle Island. I owe Brandon a card. Okay, I did remember that I needed to do a few things before I left, and I don't know what. That's what I forget over here. I didn't have my review quest. Okay, review request. Request, okay. Hydrate. Alright. I got them all. Dude, I can't take a breather in this game! Go away, cunt. Mooey, I'm gonna beat you up. Ah! I'm dropping cards. Why is the Joker in here? That's not supposed to be there. No, I'll leave a Joker, and if somebody pulls the Joker, then it's 50K. I'm the Joker, baby. You get what you fucking deserve. All right. 5. Any fivers in chat? Give. It was Brandon, right? 5K. Okay. Fiverr, yeah. My favorite site. You like the way they moan, Rick? Delinquent. The fuck is going on here? Haha, JK, unless. No, I didn't, Rick. Yeah, he literally has slaves. Alright. Kulimba! Become readable. I wish I could do that to Rick's messages in my chat. I'm just kidding! I'm kidding! I'm kidding, Rick! Oh wait, was that the last one? Well, I guess we have extra money now. There we go. Oh no. Oh, we just have to figure out the ghost ship. I don't have any sounds, I just have a few redeemed channel points. I'll push my stupid brow button. And you hear what you said? Okay, good. Where is this? Sperm Island. Is it this? It's so fucking... It's just a fucking dumb dot. I might not even have it discovered is the problem. I don't think I have this one discovered. Fuck! No, he said, Kali Kululimpa! Now I've made this text readable. I said, I wish I could do that to Rick's messages in chat. And then I said, kidding, haha, kidding, and then brud you 15 times. I didn't want to bully you. So I'm a dip out person. It's fun being Dreamcast twins. I'll send some pics. Yeah, absolutely. I'll send you some pictures of mine. If you need any help with anything, message me, dude. I'm sorry that's not working. It's kind of hard for me to help when I'm doing this shit, but... Person you write in kindergarten crayon. I can't confirm nor deny. Where's the fish? There he is. I like that you can just go full speed and throw food out and it just stops the boat in its tracks. Oh, wrong button though. Fuck! I knew that was too far! He's right there! Okay, bedtime night. Good night, Smithy. Good night, y'all. Wait, what? Why are you saying y'all? Are you going to bed, Rick? Sorora, no! This is the wrong place! You're supposed to go to the actual speedrunner! I've been baited, no pun intended. Sorora, what's up? Welcome back, dude. It's just a speck. This does look like world record. Once I beat the game, everybody's gonna spam world record now. Link has got nothing on me. Link is 7, he has no chance. A PB for sure? Well, that's true. Who else went to bed? That's why I asked that, Rick. I didn't see... Oh, Starflux. Starflux went to bed too. Okay. Now there's an idea. It's a great distraction. Well, welcome back, dude. Thank you again so much for last night. You guys are fucking crazy. I appreciate it a lot, dude. We have to look for a fish. He's probably going to be around the island, I would think. There he is. Peanut butter. It's the longest world record run I've ever seen. Yeah, those are the best world records. Those are the ones we really strive for here. Okay, that's not it either. Wait, we should go inside these though, because each fairy fountain has stuff inside of it. Magic armor? What? Has the world record of those. I do speedrun sometimes, but nothing. I'm not good at any games. Not good enough at any games to have world record. Oh wait, did we already do this? I just didn't... I had to have already done this if that's not there, right? I think that's where we originally got magic. Maybe. I don't know. You're welcome for the hype. Seriously, very happy to have stumbled on your stream. I'm elated that you and PewDiePie get on so well. Yeah, dude, Peter's awesome. I finally got to go into a stream for a tiny bit today. Then I had to start mine. But I was the entire time I was in there, he had to do an accent. Oh, okay. Oh, we hadn't been in here. We just went from holding 500 rupees to 5,000 in like the last 30 minutes. All right. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask him what would be cool for that, because I would love to. We stream at like the same time, so it would be pretty perfect for me and him to play something together. We have a lot of games we like in common, so I'd have to see something we could do. I appear in his stream a bunch. Oh, really? Cool. Big wallet. Oh, I will be there if you guys do that. Portal 2 is my weakness. Portal 2 is in my top 10 favorite games. Fucking love that game, man. Portal. Tuesday night? Hell yeah. I'm just gonna end early on purpose one of these nights so I can raid him. Don't tell anyone on stream, it's a secret. Hopefully J-Dubs isn't lurking and listening to this entire conversation, because he was here earlier. He might know. He might know now. Okay. I don't know what Fair Islands I've been to, and I don't really know how you find out. Oh my god! A little unnecessary. The boat doesn't come back for you. He just goes, oh, hopefully you can make it to me. I'm going out of town this weekend? Yeah. I'm not gonna be doing anything this weekend, Rick. Throw it right on his back. Boat, hurry up. Alright. We should have been doing this throughout the game. It would have made it so much easier, because now we're just gonna go through and we're gonna have to literally pick up every island with just a bunch of fish bait. I don't have to throw more bait in the water. I'm pretty sure I can just check it. Hear that somewhere out in the wide world is a handy arrow. Okay. So he's just talking about ice arrows. What's on here? I shouldn't be even looking at this. It's so unnecessary. There can't be that much more. I mean, there's just... I mean, all of... Okay, so every dark square is what I have left. Ugh. Probably, dude. Probably. I mean, we have quite a few squares. I could look up exactly what square they're on. I'm just afraid that the one I need to go to is going to be, like, right here or something. The last place I go. No, you don't. I just don't know where this island is. I don't have it discovered yet. Like, none of these look like it at all. I have to go... That thing in the bottom left is what I'm looking for. And I haven't found it yet. I'm just assuming that it's probably going to be the last one I look at because that's my luck. Yeah. Alright, that's another one of those wilting tree things, so I'm not going to worry about that. Bottom left bus. You think it's in bottom left? I'll go to bottom left. Well, we're going to make our way down there. So this will be in like a straight line. We need to go south. I need to remember how to use this compass. Blue is south. The blue square, is that the entire square? No, so like on this one, it only showed the top left of it. But I don't even see that in any of the other ones. Like, you would see the bottom left and top right there. It's like its own thing. I don't think we've been there yet. Because none of these look like it. Yeah, no, it's not the whole square. It only shows like a piece of it. But I don't think we have that. That one looks close, but it's not it. If this was like flipped, then it would look closer. Is that it? Oh, you're shitting me. Is that it? It looks a little different. Does that look close enough? It looks like the top right doesn't have as much of an indent, but that might just be the way it looks on the map. Of course, it's gonna be the last thing you look at. Oh, why would you keep looking after you find it? No, I mean, like... I'm saying that, like, I'm gonna look through all of them, and then the last one that I need is gonna be on the last one, so it's gonna be even more work. Like, the last island I go to is gonna be the right one. That's what I'm saying. What's up, Paul? Okay, we're gonna try out that one, I guess. Stonewatcher Island. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and throw out this bait I have, though. Looks like that guy's contract. That was gross. I don't know what was up with that. Stoned Watcher Island, so half of chat? The Stoned Watchers. Sounds like a Dark Souls boss. There you are, you fucker. I think that's the one. It just looks a little different. Chat is a Dark Souls boss. Mother and Child Isle. Shit, I really need to, well, I don't know, I guess I can skip through here. They say that inside the Ring of Rock makes the perimeter of that island. Of this one? Oh, this is where we always teleport to. Oh, okay. Unholy Congregation. 500 skeletons throwing rocks. That's good. That's stupid fucking boss. How much longer do you go until you beat this? I don't know. I need to get, what, 3 more Triforce pieces and then you go to the end? If you're like falling asleep right now, then you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it, Rick. I'd be a tiny dragon. Do do do. There we go. I'll mod for Rick forehead. Alright, there's another one. I want a dragon, a little one. Well, they don't exist, Rick. Or me. Everyone. Okay, now everyone's asking me for mod. Okay. Wow. Kyle's being mean. Okay. Mod applications. I've worked at McDonald's. Interesting. Alright, what are we trying? We're trying the Stone Watcher Island. Alright. Gabe! Stop coming in and saying that! I shouldn't have told my story. Now Gabe's always gonna lone wolf me. Spare mod spot? How do I constantly forget where I'm going? Please go to the right place. Okay, it's literally straightforward. Okay, Matthew McConaughey. Oh! Pew! Literally 90% of chat has no idea what I just did. Is Stone Watcher this fucking tower, really? Alright, chat, please. Okay, it's not this tower. I didn't know that if you looked on the square, it showed a oh! How have I never known that? It'll show how close you are to the actual thing. That's stupid. What do you not get about Lone Wolf? What's going on here? Wait, weren't we already here once? What the fuck? Didn't we already do this? Oh wait, it's out in the water. Huh? It's out in the water. Yep! Oh, I hear it. I hear that, bitch. Dude, you don't want any of this cannon. Chill out. I see it. Land ho, boys. It's not even land ho, though. Triforce Shard ho. The Triforce Shard is a ho. Oh my god, that's some fucking bright ass shit. We must execute plan U. Ew, dude. Kyle, I hate this. I can reclaim at least 10 fair square feet of space in my room. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that'll be sick, Dad. Alright, what is this? What is this island? So we had this one unlocked the whole time. This one, I feel like we're not gonna have. This one very much does not look familiar. Fuck, man. Alright. Time to set sail. We need to find another beetle ship to buy. Okay, so how many more baits would we need? At max, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So maybe by 15 in case I fuck up once. I don't even know what chat is saying anymore. It hasn't even shipped and it's been 11 days? That's awful. Yeah, shipping be kind of rough right now, brother. Where the fuck? How do you even find Beetle? I've been like randomly finding him. He's not here though. That seems like an interesting island. There's so much side shit you can do in this game. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Right. I love you, Pierce. I don't know what's happening in chat. I can't read it. No, I'm not gonna do any side quests. No side quests. I've put my time into this game. This was so much longer than Ocarina, I feel like. It might actually not have been that much longer than Ocarina. No, it had to have been. Because I knew, like, everything to do in that game. He's always on a path. If you see him enough in spots, he's in... Okay. Yeah, I thought I remembered he has, like, a certain, path that he goes. I was thinking of a different word. Trail. We're not gonna get that silver membership, boys. Actually, well, we might at the end of the game. Jack! I hope that sounded great. What's up, Jack? How you doing, man? You don't need any more. Maybe I do. I just feel longer because there's more grindy parts of this? Maybe. Yeah, I honestly don't know. This could be like the same length as Ocarina. Well, also I enjoyed every like millisecond of Ocarina. There was no part of it that pissed me off or anything, because I'm just obsessed with that game. Bruh, Jack, how you doing, man? Okay, let's put that to there. Okay. Is this Lord of the Rings and the Two Towers? Is that all that's here? No, there's an island. Glass in the foot is how it's going? Oh! I'm sorry to hear that. Ouch. Horseshoe Island. Yeah, what the heck happened? This game is so huge, like, there's so much shit to do. Alright, we're gonna go up this straight path here. Dad told me about how when he was a kid, he walked around with 4 inches of glass in his foot for oh! Didn't know why his foot hurt? Oh god, that hurts me. I'm not trying to be pushy, you know this first, but when would you like to stream Chrono Trigger? I have been thinking about it. I just have too many fucking projects. I'll play it again soon. When are you around, Carrie? I feel bad playing it if you're not available. Whenever. Okay, I'll message you next time instead of just like 10 minutes before being like, yeah, I think I'm gonna do this tonight. I'll message you the night I plan on it. I'll probably do it... Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what I'm playing the rest of this week. How many projects do you have? Well, I have the Resident Evil stuff once I get back to that. That's been put on hold for quite a while. I need to actually sit down and message Barley and try to find a time. So I have Resident Evil, I'm doing all the Zelda games, I'm doing the sub games, and then I'm doing my RPG night. So it's a lot. So just haven't gotten back to RPG night at the moment. Bro, holy shit, you're still streaming? 6 hours, 4 days a week, perp. Hell yeah, man, I go 8 to 2 a.m. my time. It's midnight, 12:14. Yeah, it's only been 4 hours. It's 2 a.m. for you? Okay, so you're 2 hours ahead of me. 9:13 p.m. gang? Hell yeah. Alright. Too laggy for you now? No! Kyle, no. I love you too, man. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm sorry it started lagging. I'm gonna ask Twitch if they can just give me encoders just cuz. Take care, Kyle. You a maritimer? What's maritime? I've heard of that. What does it mean? We're Central Standard Time. Stupid encoders. It's so fucking annoying. I went down to 720 to make it easier to watch. We do 720 60 FPS now, I think. Watching this shit like a Microsoft PowerPoint. 3 Reef. There's lots of dice islands. Oh, Maritime. See, I know so many people in Eastern. Maritime. I've seen you in so many different streams. Really? Rick, where are you, dude? Rick, what streams are you hanging out in, bro? Only hicks and bastards do Eastern. I know so many people that are in Eastern. Anyway, it's I was gonna say, wait a second. Oh, that's weird. Them newfies? Do you work for Twitch? Oh yeah. We all do. Of course. Cool, I've never been in this one, so we're getting some goodies here too. Your name is Jeff. I'm Twitch CEO. My name is Worm. I'm too tired for this. I'm going to bed. Bye, Perp. I'm gonna call you Perp. Real hardware. Only the realest of hardware. The biggest cocks and the realest of hardware. Welcome to the stream. I'm about to go to bed. Heart? Where? You're around angry three-face. Slap! Alright. Yellow! Yellow's cool. Damn, that slapped. What, my little, epic voice I did? Realists. Oh, I literally said that! I still don't know what a fucking xenophobe is. The yellow is cool. 16. Oh my god, Nico. Oh, that scares me. I didn't know you had that many. Great Fairy redeemed lights. We're gonna figure out the LED light situation. We'll have him, maybe we'll have him next week. Maybe I'll shell out the money, fucking hell, to get the good shipping and stuff. I'm gonna talk to Dan about it too, because Dan said he could get some for me for cheap. So I'll pay him and then he can get them for me. Realist of heart. Yeah, no, you said that's not the realists. You're saying like somebody. I don't even know if realist is a word. Real. It is, but I don't know, like real est. It'd be real est. Here, I'll change it. Don't worry, Rick. The realist. Like, it's the most real. No, it's not. It's not scared of aliens. It means something else. I don't remember what. The real list of hardware. Alright, we're teleporting. Nico, I don't trust you. Oh, so the immigrants thing was correct. So Dan wasn't pulling my leg. Interesting. Why is it called that? Dan, how am I to trust you? Bitch. You fuckers. Somebody said it in my chat one time and I was like, what? Quag. I missed! This is why we needed that extra. I wasn't paying attention. Quad champ. Is this the final dice island, please? Or are there fucking 6 of them? Jesus Christ. Get me out of here. I like the idea that your father was injecting you with strong female characters and not the drug. Heroine. Quagmire champ. That's funny as shit. That's funny as shit, Sorora. Okay. Made a PB&J? Hell yeah, dude. Yo, Maximus, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. We're on the final stretches of Wind Waker here. I'm trying to just discover the map so I can find these Triforce pieces with ease. Quag is killing me. It's so goofy. And then we have to figure out the ghost ship, which I don't remember at all. About to wrap up this world record pace run. Absolutely. No, we're not speedrunning. People keep joking about it. They're like, oh, you're going so fast. No, we're just messing around. I do speedruns, but not in this game. Oh shit, we never clicked on this one, huh? We've been here before. What do you actually speedrun? I speedrun Super Mario 64. I speedrun a lot of games. That's a lie, Sorora. Stop. Did I used to have that command, Rick? Mario 64 is my main one. I speedrun Super Mario Odyssey as well. And then I have a few funny games I speedrun. I don't know if that was ever a command. I can't remember. Let's go look. I have the Super Mario 64 command still. No, I don't have a runs one. I need to set it back up. I was AFK for a while. I'm assuming you did that because of the quality content of this stream. God damn it. Have you done a minimum captures run? No, I was kind of interested in doing one though. Seems cool. Don't laugh at me. Why are you laughing at me? It's a lot of hours left, I know. I actually went and updated it though. Dude, think about it. Those 5 hour 120 runs, that's only 5 hours. Isn't that's how we met Dan, if I'm correct. Dan is here until I do those. I also speedrun Die Hard Vendetta. It's terrible. It sucks. But I do have a third place, and I'm gonna get second place soon. Yep, that's what it was, Dan. You fucker. That's so funny. Yeah, you did. You sure did. You and somebody else. Somebody who's only been here like one time since. I don't remember who that person was. I think he gave like 200 towards it. And then the rest was like added up. The new Mincaps tech is some insane shit. Navigating Cappy halfway across the map to hit check. Oh god, yeah, it's so obnoxious, Max. I love watching them, but I imagine they'd be hell to run. Yeah, and you have to do the two controller thing. Yeah, man. I wouldn't go for like the world record because that is just nuts. I would obviously just, whenever I say I'd like to do one, I'd like to see how few I could do it in. I've almost been always here. I was off by like 2 streams. Wait, you mean you've been to every stream except for 2 markers? I would almost believe that. It's insane. Right, Soror, right. These new viewers are gonna make me speedrun this game. Since the beginning of your stream career? Wait, that's what I mean. I guess you have been, eh? Cause you came in on like the 3rd stream. I would do the GBA speedrun. Wait, what? The GBA speedrun. Oh my god. We were just complaining about not having enough arrows, and now we have 99. Don't call him Caleb Fart. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Markers. I mean, I also think that holds true that you've been at, like, freaking every stream. I think the first while I knew you, maybe you weren't here every time. Just kind of when I did Mario, maybe. But then it got to a point where you were just here constantly. Probably. Okay, Karen, that's kind of what I was thinking you were talking about. You can play the Tinkle Tuner. I want you speedrun this. I'm here to make you speedrun Dark Souls. Oh boy. We could do that. We did a Dark Souls one sitting playthrough last week. And I'm trying to come up with some sort of goal to make me play Dark Souls 2 on stream, because I hate that game. It's actually like one of my least favorite games. Oh yeah, dude, that was so long ago. Fucking Kid Clown. I actually put together a list of every game that I've completed on stream. I finally did that. We think the list is kind of accurate. Where's that legendary guy that invaded you? Wait, what? Hey, Purse, I just started my Twitch career. Any good advice? What I tell all new streamers... What's up, Rexer? What I tell all new streamers is... talk on your stream the same way you would to 0 people as you would to 1,000. To 1 person to 1,000. I guess 0 kind of works too. But just be yourself, have fun. Try not to focus on numbers too much. It's really hard. I still do it. It's really bad. And also just make friends with people. That's how you do good with streaming. Just make friends with others. Go to other people's streams, be friends with them, and they'll come out and hang out with you. I just told someone this the other day. I got a goal for you on Dark Souls 2, complete the game. Gotta make everyone I like suffer. Frickin' Mr. Death. This is taking so long. We've almost completed the map, though. Jade, what's up? I'd love to watch your DS run. I haven't uploaded it yet, but I do archive all my streams, yes. Sir, why? Okay, so is your name Suze? I keep seeing people call you Suze, and now I kind of want to call you that, if that's okay. Oh! Sir, why have you done this? My name is Suze. I'd love that. Okay, I'll call you Suze then. Suze, thank you for the 169 and another 69. God damn it. As much as pants. It's the worst. No problem, Carrie. I think if it's no, Suze did not. Suze already did that. Okay, Dragon Roost. Yep. Now they're taking off their pants in chat. Okay. Flight control platform. I don't remember that. Alright. The bottom L piece. This is it. Germ, thanks for the host. Can you actually watch me? Hello? Germ can never watch me. His Twitch just blacks out. Okay, I sleepy. Good night. Good night, Rick. One of these days I'll stream and you won't be dead tired. Stream broke again? Germ, I don't know what it... I'm gonna look up a fix for you. I swear. I swear I'll look up a fix for you. At least once a month, you better fucking not do that. That's ridiculous. Don't look at my quotes. Suze is like a Gino or like a Truth where I tell them no, and a Snoogans, or I tell them no and they do it anyway. They don't listen to me. Jesus, quote 12 is pretty straightforward and harsh. No! Wait, am I gonna be short one now? I'm gonna be short one. Oh, that's so rude. Yeah, like get out and pick it up with your teeth. Audio works when I leave the app so I can hear the stream. When I pull up the stream, it just... That's so weird. I don't get it. I want to look up something for it, Germ, because somebody else has to have gone through that. I've had people come in and say that before. Oh my god, everyone looking at the quotes. Alright, if I ever play Wind Waker again, not on stream but on my own, I'm gonna remind myself to throw bait the entire time I go through the game. So I don't have to do this at the end. Sounds good, Suze. Thanks for hanging out, man. How'd I get 12 again? I wouldn't think that would change anything, Germ. I'll find a fix and I'll tell you for next time, okay? For tomorrow's stream, Thirsty Thursday. I don't know what I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna ask chat, but chat's options are always marbles and Jackbox, which I dig, but I'm always like, Yes, Max, unfortunately that is true. Oh no, he's learning. Human Fall Flat? That would be kind of fun. That game kicked my ass. I've played it before. Oh yeah, we could do some Worms games. That's true. We have new Pantsers in the chat, guys. Suze and Max are now... They're now on this pants train. Max, thank you for the 69 bits, dude. God damn it. There's more Panters. I love pants. Everyone loves that alert. You should see the longer version. Don't break it. Dude, you broke it! God damn it, everyone always breaks it. God. Damn it, for a second I have to do something completely unrelated and I got pants in my ears. Peter, what's up, man? Do you want to play? No. That was my fault, Peter. What's up, man? Welcome back. Sorry I disappeared from your stream. I was lurking for a bit, and then I was like, okay, fuck, I gotta do my stream now. So I disappeared from you. That one doesn't pop up. It always plays like the same few, even though there's a bunch of them. Oh yeah, you better apologize for doing your job. I will, you know what? I will. No, dude, your stream was hilarious. The entire time I was there, you were doing that, Morrison impression. The entire time. And you're like, oh god, my stream isn't normally like this. I was like, oh no. Chat is forcing him to do things with points. It sounds like my stream. Moon Morrison. Alright. Rick, thank you for the alert. Get some sleep, dude. Sorry, AWOL for a little there. I have no excuse, but still. That's okay, dude. How you doing? We got 40 minutes. Oh my god. Insane. I gotta bring all these people over to your stream. If there's ever a time where I end before you, I'll do an early stream one day just to raid you. And then they can come all listen to your impressions and accents. Oh, rip. Okay. Last thing we're gonna have to figure out after this is where the moon chart is. My skeleton is the children's clan. Oh, man! Whoa, what? Are these lyrics? Are you serenading me, or, Delicious Rick tears. Markers is bathing in blood right now. Quap. It wasn't even Quap. What was it? Quag. Quag champ. We've gotten that quote like 10 times tonight. There's 250 of them. These odds. I'm doing great, Jade. How are you? Oh. 27 points. Oh, we're so close. We're gonna end up getting the silver membership, boys, and I have no idea what it is. One more. I don't think we can hold it. We can! You saved up 30 points, you've earned silver membership. What do we get? I'll send it to you shortly. It should be in a post box. Oh, come on! More! More! That quote is mood right now. Let me show you my fingers while I BLJ. Oh no. Can I say... Yes, I always hated Beetle. He's kind of fucking dumb, honestly. You have the right. The Animal Crossing way of doing things. Now we just have a bunch of these pairs. I wish I could get rid of it, honestly. Oh, there are birds over here. Okay. I might have to take my my second pee break for the stream. 2 over. Okay. Cardigan is almost finished. Nice, dude. He makes me uncomfortable. He's kind of creepy. Me playing Pokemon Sword? Did I click British instead of English? Oh my god, that is hilarious. Because everyone was speaking. Oh my god. It like takes place in Britain or something, so I was like, why is everyone talking like this? It's Linebeck, I've always hated. Who's Linebeck? I know that name. Who's Linebeck? Once you get to 69, you aren't allowed to pee anymore? What number are we at? You notice that too in Pokemon? Yeah, because Pokemon Sword and Shield take place like in Great Britain or something. What is this? I think it's the guy in football who protects. Yeah, that's him. Right. How can I be so foolish? Poca Great Britannia. I did not. I never said that. That never came out of my mouth. Don't you lie to these people. That's how I feel about that right now, Rick. You have said that before. No. I do remember. No. But as a joke. Oh, I mean, a lot of the shit I say is as a joke. Obviously, I wouldn't mean that. But then it gets quoted and it sounds real. It sounds like I actually believe these things. I like the Gears of War cam it gives you whenever you first do a boost. It zooms all in and gives you some motion blur. It's like the opposite of relaxing. For some reason, I find that so relaxing. I can be kind of chill. If I have people to talk to, it's not relaxing. If chat like ever slows down and people are just kind of lurking and chilling, then I'll get pretty quiet. Sometimes I just run out of things to say to myself. Look, man, I have to hang out with myself every day. It's hard sometimes. Nice voice crack? No, I like swallowed. It was weird. You swallowed? Shut up, Nico. God, Nico just somehow can find the sexual out of every sentence. The sexuality. You can do this damage just so easily. Dies. That's good. Okay. Hammer. Let's go figure out what this is now. Now that we have everything, we will go and figure out where this stupid thing is. And then once we... Whoa! That's it! It's right next to me! Alright, I can't go pee yet. I have to get this Triforce piece. I know, it's crazy, Peter. Nico is horny on main. No, Nico won't say anything for a while, and then I'll say, oh, ow, that hurts, and Nico's like, oh yeah, dude? He'll figure something out. He always finds something. Peter, don't you dare. Such a stretch. I can't go pee yet. I can't. I have to figure this shit out. It's over here. Why are you question marking? I love whenever big streamers ask that. There's just a bunch of question marks and they're like, why are you doing this? He'll figure something out? What? Oh, like it's the Da Vinci Code. Oh, yes. Nico, he'll always figure something out. He'll solve the case. Oi! That's a loud shimmer! Stop it! Don't question mark me! I don't like this. Oh my god, we only need one more! Moriarty of That's What She Said. Outset we go again. For the last time! I'm gonna cry! Oh, Suze, no. Suze, thank you for 69 bits. Welcome back. No, you guys in your pants. It's gotta be put to an end. Okay, what? I don't know where the ghost shard. Is this some kind of new sexual kink? Question marking? Yeah. Alright. You guys want to listen to Outset one more time? Before we gotta go? No. Well... No, let's listen to, No, let's do... Windfall. Rick likes boys? As if Rick has never said that in chat. 1,000 bits, I'll show you my ass. I don't think I said that. Actually, that does sound like something I'd say. I like boys too. Like Gabe and Purse. Alright, Nico. Okay, I'm getting emotional because I went back to this island. Oh, Acheron! He's killing my emotional moment. I'm just kidding. Acheron, thank you for the raid. What's up, dude? Welcome in, brother. Play more Resident Evil 7. How did that go? Welcome in, guys. I was saying that I'm gonna get emotional now because I came back so we could listen to the happy music, and I'm gonna beat the game soon. This is sad. Zinnigan, welcome in, man. What's up? And Aki, Thermos boys. Craig has some red coat. All right. Yo, Sin, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in, boys. I appreciate you so much. I have to pee really bad. You guys are gonna listen to this for a bit while I pee, okay? Sound good? No? I don't care. I have to pee. Okay, lads. Here we frickin' go. Final pee break has been had. Hopefully the final pee break for the stream. It really should be. Hell yeah. So, look at this fancy animated AK stream. Yeah, my buddy Pixel did that for me. He's super, super talented. I streamed for 2.5 years with different BRB screens before I finally was like, Pixel, I've had an idea and I need it made. I just don't know how. He 3D modeled everything in that and he's amazing. I'm just catching up on chat here. How long they rode that? Wait, Ocarina made what popular? Wait, what happened? I'm so confused. Oh, the melody thing? I love the melody. Your piss break anytime percent sucks? We used to actually time it. I used to speedrun my pee breaks. You played Conquer? Love that game. That game... Whew. I also love that game, but beating it was... Oh. Yo, what's up, Wilt? Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. Beating Conquer was so hard. I've set 3 world records tonight. I haven't done anything. I haven't even beaten the game. Good morning. Letters for Stinky? We have 2. Sorry to disturb you with this unsolicited letter. It's a picture of my penis. But this is your big chance. Yeah, I want 2 of those things. We only have 1 of each. Huh. Rock Spire Island. God damn it, Max. Okay, and then the other one, cash on delivery. Oh, yeah. Silver membership. Thank you for your freaking... Since you have earned 30 points, you've been granted silver membership. 1 complimentary ID. What? Who knows what this is, but apparently you should take it to Beetle. Okay. Why did he give me this? Prostate exam 100%. Right. How did you know? Alright. I know that Beetle is here, so let's go here. I thought we had gone here for the last time, but... Don't take shit. I have to! Okay. Yo, good night, Brandon. Thanks for hanging out, man. I hope you get some good sleep. Peace, brother. Seeing your pickers. Oh. Brad Garrett clips? No. What should my new follower alert be? Especially since I don't play WoW anymore. Your new follower alert. What's your follower alert right now, Alicia? I thought it was the dog. Starve him. He looks like he kind of already is starving. Oh, wait. Okay, so it's in my bag, so I have to take it out and show it to him. What do you give me for this? Acheron, thank you for the 69 bits. I actually just got fucked by Beetle. Thanks, game. Suze, please do not. Okay, Diamond Step is right here. Wait, where was the place? No, wait. Where was the place that had the, that had the 4th bottle? I might grab it. Rockspire Isle? I think there's a teleport right there, so... He does suck! Now I'm mad! Now I'm mad! I understand it a little bit more now. Make it Pokemon related, Alicia. I would say Pokemon is your favorite game. Just Pokemon in general. Thanks to Anna, I got money? Awesome, dude. Yeah, Alicia loves Pokemon. She needs to just... You need to just do Pokemon, Alicia. Suze is... I can't close yet? Is it that? Okay, it must be that. BRB putting that on my business card? You better cite me. Oh wait, we went here earlier. There wasn't anything here though, was there? I thought I remember this being like nothing. No. He's gone, boys. He got old. That alert's so sad. I need sound clips. Oh my god, Suze, no! Acheron, thank you for the 75, dude. I need sound clips because I wanted follows to be a wild follows to be a wild blank spirit and subs to be. I'm sure Caring would be glad to help you. I could too if Caring doesn't have if there's anything that Caring like. Caring, well, Caring probably knows what he's doing. Down, down, down. Not quite. Markers, they reset, or not Markers, god damn it. God damn it. God damn it, that didn't break again! It's as soon as it gets big. There's just money in there. Come on, dude. Okay, Acheron, thank you for 75. Suze, thank you for 69. And oh my god, Max, thank you for another 69. I need that red anus back. I have never seen someone call it that. Acheron, what are you doing? Alright, what is he getting, boys? What's he getting? Dude, a lot of people have been getting Goldeneye lately. Hell yeah, dude. Oi! 447 hours. Holy fuck, game. This wheel, yeah, how's that wheel doing? That wheel looked amazing, Peter. I am so excited for whatever the hell you're doing with that. Okay, yeah, we already went here once, and I don't think there's anything here. Remember when Barley streamed? He's working on YouTube stuff constantly now, man. Proud of him. He's doing a damn good job. He's actually working on, like, a lot of stuff. Didn't they say this is where... I'm so confused on where they're selling this shit. No! Dude, Shaq is jamming. Everyone is jamming. God damn it. Thank you for giving Shaq a power star. Aki, god damn it, dude. Thank you.
Can I do something real quick?
Oh. Don't do it!
What?
Fucking poor kid. Jesus. He's dead. Am I... Okay. What am I missing here? He'll be alright. God damn it. Thank you guys. Oh, is it the Beetle? Is that what it is? It's fucking Beetle is selling those things? Please. Beetle, don't do this! I'm gonna drown! Oh my fucking god. He's actually gonna let me drown. God, he's the worst. TOS! Walk it off, bud. Beetle, child murderer. I'm starting to hate him more and more by the second. Will 1.0 be forever preserved? Yo, J-Dubs, I didn't know you were still here. What's up, man? Fucking hell, thank you guys for hanging out with me. We're gonna beat this. It'll be late, but we're gonna beat it. Alright. Stop moving! Are you the one selling the bottle? Oh, I already bought the bottle off of him. $950 rupees! You're out of your mind! Almost to another drawing? Let's go, Jade. Jade and Rick are dedicated drawing channel pointers. Get the ball, bud. Alright. It's time to go to Diamond Steppy. Are you moving soon, Peter? Still here, just fucking around. Hell yeah, dude. I hope you're doing good, Dan. Diamond Step. Hell yeah. Let's do it, boys. Fucking kick W. I'm hungry. I always get hungry at like 1 a.m. July 1st? Nice, dude. Are you gonna get since you're moving and you have all the stuff already packed up, are you gonna get like a little stream setup area? How you doing things? That was the thing I was most excited about whenever I moved. I was like, oh my god, I can set up my stream stuff better now. That's the hot plan? Fuck yeah, dude. That's gonna be sweet. The dog is a tick now, so now he's not allowed on the bed. Aw. Really? Holy shit! Oh, auto aim Andy. No, I'm gonna do it the hard way. Miss about the same amount of shots doing it with the auto aim. Good game. It's like my #1 requirement when I've been looking for places. That's awesome. Just have an extra space for it. I'm still adding stuff to my, like, to my desk area. I'm definitely making it better, like, every day still. I just got curtains up over here now, so it separates it, and it's really nice. We'll tweak. I know we will. Cool. Bonus for just doing it, I guess. It'll hold a prominent place of honor. I'm gonna do it the hard way. Well, it looks like I'm getting a job soon. Nice, Aki. Fucking good shit, man. Max, I'm telling you, I get this guy. Me and Peter are weirdly a lot alike. So, Peter, I don't know if there's any games that we could find out for this, but Marcos was already like, okay, you guys stream about the same time. You guys have to play some game on stream together now. So maybe in the future we can play in that. I don't know what the hell we would play, but I'm seriously so in awe at how Bobbards and I found your Twitch soulmate randomly on a whim. Holy shit, really? That's amazing. Those fucking cans. Do green curtains? No! Marcus mentioned it. He was like, OMG, because we keep talking about all this stuff we have in common. Marcus is like, okay, now you guys have to stream together because you're streaming at the same time. Suze will probably think of a perfect game prop. Sick. I'm stuttering so hard. All I had to do was read the sentence. Suze will think of the perfect game props. Cool. We can do that. Connect Fort? Dude, it could be something as simple as that. How do I get up here? Hello? Wait. Do I hook shot off of the boat? Oh, this is gonna be sicko mode. Alright. Oh my god, I'm such a baller. You're rage quit any game? Yo, Shane, you're still going? Yeah, guys! Guys, you aren't used to this schedule yet? People still don't know that I stream till 2 AM every night. It's always till 2, boys! What's up, Shane? What's up, Mooey? 4 AM? No. You gotta play Metroid Zero Mission and never finish the game? Hey now, be nice to him. I don't even know this story, but that sounds like something that would happen to me. Fuck you, Peter. I'm still mad about that. Oh. Totally, Akron. I mean, whenever you got time. Oh, I remember this bullshit. I hate this area. Oh, hell yeah. Look at old 8-incher, huh? Wilted is like, me too. Okay, let's see. I can't remember this. This is gonna be the worst. It's all gonna be maze. 1, 2, or 3, boys. First one I see in chat. 1, 2, or 3. As part of one of Peter's Patreon streams, who does Zero Mission Race, me and Bobby beat the game, and Peter just decided he was done. He played Dark Souls instead. The Dark Souls was also great. 2? Alright. World record, here we go. Shit! 2 wasn't it, boys. Okay, so it's this one. Hopefully. J-Dubs, that's okay. I would have felt bad if he did, honestly. I always feel bad whenever people show me like a lot of love and I don't return the favor. I'm planning on it, I just haven't yet. Acheron, I'm still very blind to it. Wait, what? Oh. But I did just get the DLC somewhat recently, so I plan on playing it at some point. It's like the nature of raids. I know, man, but I want my community to come meet you guys because it's amazing. I mean, you're talking to him here, but don't throw a pot at me. Oh, God. This is so lame. We have to figure out which one we want to go in. Wait. Is it a debate? Do they want us to do one of the ones down there? Maybe these take you nowhere nice. Big brain? No, Suze, why? Where are we even going? Up there? God damn it, Suze, thank you for 69 bits. I wish I could not have better internet. Yeah, I kind of wish that too, Shane, because I can't even talk to you. It's pretty awful. Alright, I think we did it. World record pace. yeah, Markers. We just, I just mentioned it to him. I said, I don't know what game we'd play. He said, yeah, Suze will figure out a good one for us. Don't talk to Peter when he's not streaming, he hates it. What? I want to show you something. A whole lot of love. Sprinkle. That was the most adorable thing I think I've ever read. Let's see here. Wait, we got the ghost ship chart. The ghost shit. The ghost shart. There we go. Huh? Oh, you have to look up at the moon and that's where they are? Oh, God. I'm gonna go to those little, I kind of want to go to the little dots because, we haven't done anything there and I thought it was kind of cool. Well, actually, we're gonna go wherever's, oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm not on my boat. Holy shit, I didn't know the camera could go out this far. Wow. It's kind of beautiful. Come early and leave early? That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's good. Boat! Are you gonna stream Turtles in Time anytime soon? I feel like I owe it. Let's see. Where were the Dottie Boys? There's the Dottie Boys, the 5-star Isles. The 5-star hotel. It's in the very bottom right. Okay, there's a warp right there. Your beard is so cool? You think so? Thank you, J-Dubs. Right now, no, it's fucking not maintained at all. It's awful. I need to shave a little. I never shave it fully, I just trim it. But no, I mean, it's just natural. I don't think I've ever had somebody say that my beard looks good. Everybody comes in and says, your beard looks like shit, you need to trim it. And I'm like, I know. Acheron, don't say that whenever somebody bought it for you. Why didn't you research that before you asked DC to buy it for you? Yes, literally, people have said your beard looks bad. I was kidding? You made your stream title that the other day. What the fuck do you mean? You were kidding about gift. Why? Well, you can't be rude now and say that, though, you know? The dude bought you a game. Yeah, you literally cannot joke to DZ. It looks like mine, but less Irish. I think that makes me kind of jealous. I want the Irish. Okay, Acheron. You said you're kidding, but he said, what's your Steam name? And then you put your Steam name and then added him and then he gifted it to you. And then you go, oh, I was kidding. What do you, Acheron, what do you mean? That was the worst joke of all time. Don't be rude, Aki. I'm not meaning to. I'm not trying to roast him. I just don't understand. He keeps complaining about how bad it is, and I'm just like, why did you want it then? I think isn't the PS3 is the way to go on that. I think. See, if I pass time, it's gonna be... I can't tell what time of day it is if it's raining. Oh my god, the water rising, dude. Oh, this is bad. Give me a crosshair link, please. That's impossible. I need it to be nighttime. Okay, there we go. Now we can see the sun. The clouds will move. I thought I could fix it, TBH. Why didn't you look it up first? I thought PS2 was the latest. No, it's PS3. It's a goofy ass game, but I love Deadly Prem, and I definitely want to play the second one when it comes out. Use the arrow tip as a crosshair. That's what I was trying to do, but the boat is going up and down. Ekron, you're a fucking goof. Also, wait. Also, what does that mean? Because those are like... Oh, we're currently in that. Okay. Okay, okay. What time zone are you in? CST, so it is 1:20 a.m. for me. I'm a late boy. Reticles are for babies. I wish I was born with the energy you have. You think I have a lot of energy? Sometimes I feel like I'm not talking enough. I'm glad that there are people here who think that. Alright. Where's my ghost shit? It's not here yet. Technically CDT? Wait, what? CDT? Oh, okay. Peter streamed till 4 a.m. local, so I get being a late boy. Yeah. I do 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. I used to do like 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. But I go a little bit longer and a little bit earlier now. Where are they? I literally used every fix I could to actually make it work, but the port is that bad. It's not DZ's fault, it's totally my dumbass. I think I've heard that the PC port is bad. It's the PS3 version is the best and the 360 version is okay. Dude, how long does this take to go around this? Or does it want me to just... Maybe it wants me to go to that one. Alright, hopefully this doesn't change whenever we teleport. Big spippies! This is why I have to pee so much. Suze, why? Suze, god damn it, dude. Thank you for another 69 bits. You keep those pants on, okay? Be right back. I restart my PC. Sounds good, Aki. Okay. Spectacle Island it is, I guess. We'll see if this changes time whenever you warp. I don't think it does. Mother and child is bad because that puts you inside something. I forgot about the lid. As he was drinking, god damn it. Big apple, 3. Okay, we're still good. I would assume it's Spectacle Island. It looks like the exact same. Alright, so we're going north. I wonder what changes the location of it. I thought it was like a crescent moon or whatever, but I really don't know what determines that. Doesn't even look like there's a moon in the sky. Okay. A storm is actually good. Oh, I see it! Alright, boys. Oh god. Hello? This floor looks bad. Okay, we really gotta get rid of them, like, quick. They're the worst enemy. I'm dead! Woo! With the backwards controls? Oh, God! There we go. Ow. Now we're focused. Oh God, he's back. Oh no. Now we're not gonna be focused. Now we're getting pantsed. Oh my God. Oh. Stop. How do you hit past my shield? That's not fair. Alright. Come back out. I got an ice arrow for you. I don't know where you went. You're frozen and you're gonna die because of it. It's really, really violent. I don't know what I was gonna say. I was gonna say it's violent. Alright. Is your stream Peter After Dark? Do you guys think we're that much alike? I mean, like I said, all I got to see him do was, Moon Morrison, so... Yeah, I thought the floor was poison too. Max, thank you for 69 bits, dude. Do you know what you're doing? What's up, Oscar? Kind of. For letting experience of DC, it's so good. Oh, yeah. DC is the greatest boy. We got the last Triforce shard. Thank God. That literally took us like 5 hours to do cleanup and Triforce shard hunting. Alright, so now that we did that, we go back to Tower of Gods. Or not the Tower of Gods, but, yes? No. Where does Hyrule Castle come out of? Onto the end game. You guys made me hydrate too much. I'm gonna have to pee again. Oh, yeah. Why do I not read what he says? He literally just said what we were supposed to do and I mashed through it. Why? Why do I do this? Stop making me drink water. I've had 3 of these this stream. 3 of these. It's so much water. I mean, it's good. Not enough. Alright, hopefully this, sheesh, man. What I've been doing, to see how far I was in the game, I went to just a long play, and, like, clicked to an area we were already at. Oh, but he's not doing that one last. Oh. Okay, oh, yeah. No, I was right. I was very much right. Oh no. So it's like world record base debate. You can see them calculating in my head as I'm staring at my other monitor trying to figure out if I was correct on something. Oh, it was all Acheron. I thought it was different people. Asuka, Acheron, and Mui. Oh, I'm about to pee my pants. Way to go, guys. I guess we're getting another pee break. Do we have all of our fairies? I don't think so. I think we just used one. Yeah, we just used one. Ba-ba-da-ba. All right. Yeah, so you have a pee break counter. Yes. It's less than it should be. We did it to where we counted them every stream, but then we figured that's kind of stupid. Because, like, I don't know, the max you got up to was, like, 4. So then we're like, why don't we just do it per year, and then every year we can put, how many pee breaks I had. Okay. 6. 2 more of those, and you got the number of the beast, Stacky. That's edgy. 6,000. There you go, dude. Drain your lizard. Oh, no. I have triangle! That's what the light said. The Triforce piece now dwells within you. The Triforce of Courage, proof that you are indeed the true hero. You have controlled the wind and crossed the seas, and here, near the end of your quest, the power of the gods has been bestowed upon you. Surely from this moment on, you shall be known as the Hero of Winds. I don't like that title. Stinky Hero. Oh no. The emotional scene, you guys. Why would you do this? Oh. Susan, Max, thank you both for the 69 bits. This is... oh my. That is true, Mui, but Stinky the Hero of Winds is really funny to me. That's fucking hilarious. How appropriate is Drain Your Lizard for this stream on a scale of 1 to 19? 18. Y'all know there's more pants. Stop! No! Suze already did it. Mui, why do my VIPs and mods do this? They go, hey, did you know there's a 6969? Yes, they know. They know, guys. Do you guys know that that is $69, so nobody should do that? It's crazy. Do they know, Purse? Do they? They do. They do, Mui. My mods and VIPs always do this. They're like, hey guys, there's a 6969. It's like, really? Really, guys? Yes, Mooey, it is. That's why I freak out. And that's why it's so long. It is. Mooey didn't know. Oi! They are 69.69. That's 6,000 of them, Mooey, which would be $60, and then add 969 more. That's $9 more. That's $69. Suze, you're crazy, man. That's insane, markers. That's like actually doubled. Wait, how long is it? It's like 30 seconds of... It's like 30 to 40 seconds of pure pants. Do you think you'd be safe inside the castle? Foolish. Now that my power has been restored, there's no safe haven for you. I've taken your precious Zelda. With my cataracts? My back! Oh, shit! I'm gonna go pee. Let's find a I'll pull up a playlist. Have some good music for you. What do you guys want? What do you guys want? No, we gotta get hyped. Great timing, Ryan Seacrest. Yeah, we'll be right back after these commercials. No, you guys are gonna watch the commercials. We'll be right back after these ads.
The edge of reality lies a story of ultimate conquest, a story of war and friendship, a story of a love that can never be, and a hatred that always was. And now, the most anticipated epic adventure of the year will never come to a theater near you. Final Fantasy VII.
There's only one hero who possesses the strength, the skill, and the courage to save the world single-handedly. Glover! Strength? Glover's got the magic and the moves to match big bad bosses. Skill? Glover's got the brains to solve mind-boggling puzzles. And talk about courage? Glover's got the to handle any challenge. Glover! For Nintendo 64 and PC CD-ROM, gotta love the glove.
Do you know how to use one of these?
GoldenEye. Load a rumble pack and see how it feels when 007 meets N64.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry I had to Ryan Seacrest you, as Gabe said. Alright. Hiya! Gotta have my rumble pack, baby. Experience GoldenEye with the rumble pack. What? First mic's muted? It definitely isn't, Mooey. Just because you guys always meme that, I put a big button on my stream deck that shines green whenever my mic is activated, and it shines red whenever it's muted. So you guys are never gonna get me with that joke again. Seen the rumble pack is some heavy nostalgia. Oh yeah. Good night forever. Whoa, dude. Or at least tonight. I hope not forever. Good night, J-Dubs. Thanks for hanging out, man. I can't hear a single thing you're saying. You said, what do you mean, Purse? I can't hear you. It's like you started it off by talking to me because you heard what I said. Imagine having your mic unmuted. I like this area all underwater. It's cool as shit. Ow, dude. Just go through. Do I really have to go talk to the King of Red Lions? Susan. I don't like how well Peter and his chat are the exact same as us. I don't know if it's good or bad. Do the wall skip. I can't do barrier skip. Beyond the bridge on the first side of the castle stands, I am certain Zelda. Not the Master Sword. Oh shit, can I just slash it with my sword? I'll show you guys something that's faster than that. Are you guys ready? You want to see something that's even faster? It's crazy. So you know how you have to set up, like, you get the hook out and you do all that setup and stuff, and it puts Link really fast, but he gets stuck on the barrier. Check this out. It even gives you a cool cutscene. Never before seen. Now we don't have to build up any of that speed or anything. We can just go right through. No! Jeez, thank you for 69 bits. You like that strat, dude? It's pretty quick. I found it myself. Yeah, you can skip that cutscene. It just wasn't fast enough. You have to press A 52 times in a matter of 5 seconds, so it's a lot of mashing. $52 times in 5 seconds actually isn't that unreasonable. Weirdly enough. Should let every cutscene play. You gotta experience the story somehow. Don't you... Why are you harder with no weapon? What a rude boy. Wow, I got lucky on that. 100% speedrun should include all cutscenes. Yeah, did you guys forget this? 100%. Press out your kink shaming? Wow, dude. I said nothing. Any fairies? Nope. Oh, I forgot about this. There's a boss rush, isn't there? It's crazy that there's only 4 dungeons in this game. What's the timing on that? There's only 4 in Breath of the Wild? That is also true. Forgets about the boss rush? No, I mean, we'll still finish it. I forgot about it. Now I'm like, oh shit. God damn it. Technically. Oh yeah, because Tower of Gods counts as 1, so that would be 5, right? God damn it! I know what I need to do. And it's not take my pants off. That is not the solution. That was huge deja vu? What just happened? What, pants? That's how I feel too, Markers. God damn it! Why does it say I'm gay? I don't know. Marcus, that's funny. All right, let's wait on that one. Oh my god, I suck! Hey, first, can I give you a hint? Yes. If it's don't die, I don't want it. Ah, water jugs. Okay, that's not gonna help me at all, actually. Wait, maybe it will if these don't fizzle out. Do they fizzle out? Do they fizzle out? I can't see. Oh my god. Okay, they do. Well, now that platform's gone, so I can't do that. Alright. Why does it there are literally 300 quotes, and I swear to god it pulls the same few. It's like YouTube Shuffle. Alright, so Mui said just jump the first one. I don't think I can, Mui. Unless I do this. Here's what I'm gonna do. No way. Jump on your first swing? Oh, you mean for this? That's what I've been doing. Oh, like this. Well, I can't do that. Oh, you can just jump early. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. How in the fuck? Holds it. Dude, YouTube Shuffle it's a sham. This isn't looking so hot, boys. Oh, you're talking to me? God damn it, Nico. I hate this area! This is so annoying. I don't get it. I'm stuck in lava part. This doesn't make any sense. How am I supposed to fucking get up there? You can climb all the way up, right, but then I'm just stuck on this pole. Just don't be bad. Alright, dude. Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know you could stand on these. I never knew that. You can stand on the wooden poles? Aren't they circular? If you have a playlist song or 100 items, it only pulls from the first 100 items for the initial shuffle, and then for the first item in the list, it only seems to... Dude, it is so bad. Dude, Gabe, Max knows! Oh, right. We didn't have all the shit at this point. Alright, dude. I like the black and white, like, memory fights. They're cool. Yeah, those playlists are jank. Okay, now talking to speaking of purse money, Suze probably already has that emote. Suze is mad. Huh? Pay us to listen to music. Yeah. Maybe figure out how playlists work first. Oh my god. Suze, did you just fucking... Jesus Christ, thank you for 472 bits. Why? I don't deserve this. Jesus, man. Whoa! World record! Definitely do deserve blood. You guys are too fucking nice to me. He just doesn't listen. Hey man, 2 years of me saying it. You can't teach me to say differently, I guess. Wait, so what was that? That was bottom left? Okay. Let's go bottom right. I can kinda understand only shuffling the first 100. Yeah, why is it 20? So that's actually what they do? It doesn't make any sense. The first 100 would make sense. I'd be fine with that. So our theory was correct. Our theory was that it only shuffled from, like, a certain pool of them. That makes so much sense. Because there are songs that just never play. Well, good one, Wizard. I'm not wasting this. I'm too far away from my Wii U. The wireless controllers can like only go a certain distance. It's terrible. We don't have my car this time. Oh, that's pretty bad. Is there a switch? Oh my god. Opera Cat, thank you so much for the raid, dude. What's going on? Thank you for shouting out Opera Cat. Playing Animal Crossing. Let's go. Welcome in, guys. How's your stream, Opera Cat? I love this game. I love this game too. I'm getting close to the end, but I haven't played. Sis, no! I love this game so much too. I have to remember how to beat this ending, and it's been like 6 years since I played it, so. Digital Smith, welcome in. Thank you guys so much for the raid. Guys, we'll have to go check out Opera Cat and follow them. Thank you so much, dude. Dude, it's impossible to figure out how to follow people with this new Twitch overlay. It's driving me nuts. Oh, there it is. Alright, there we go. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. No, don't play me again. Okay. Let's figure this little puzzly boy out. I'm gonna guess there's something up here. I'm mortified. You still don't have it? I'm actually really surprised that you do not have it yet. Huh. Oh, you literally just have to dodge it? Okay. You don't see it yet? It's not better. It drives me nuts. They made everything just harder to get through. Like, going before, I could just click on that link whenever we shouted you out, and I could just click follow, but can't do that anymore. I have to go on your page, I have to click about, and then it'll pop up. Just so bizarre. I don't... The closest is... Oh, yeah, the preview thing, right. Yeah, no, it's worse than that. They moved a bunch of stuff. It's really annoying. Thank you again, though, dude. I went and threw you a follow. Hopefully I can catch one of your streams. I have taken a small break from Animal Crossing, but I was enjoying the hell out of it while I was playing it. I hope you had a good stream. This remix is sweet. Like preview, yeah, I know what you mean. I don't have that even close to ready or anything. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do for all that stuff. Twitch keeps giving us more work. That felt like Dark Souls or something where it was gonna say you died right after. Yeah, the trailer. I don't know, man. I don't even want to make it. I really don't. I don't want to spend the time on it. Damn you, Bezos. Oh my goodness. Wait, can you see under the sand? The game is lagging. Ah! We're gonna have to go get more fairies after we do these. Yeah, I know. Like, mine went public now, I think. And it's not done. So I don't even know what it looks like to people. I need to stop going near him. I had less trouble with him whenever we actually did this boss fight the first time. It's because of these things, dude. You need to just kill these. Woo! Just... if you could switch what you're locked on to, it wouldn't be a problem. The game is lagging. No, it actually was. It wasn't hurting me. It was just... oh my god, we're actually gonna die. Yo, Paramud, what's up, dude? Thank you for the follow. How you doing, man? I know that name from an old barley. Okay, maybe... I don't know. We're just gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to nail the shot. Nope, nope, that's our chance. Oh, that wasn't it, though. How's it going, Para? Oh, so much water drinking. So, tonight we're finishing Zelda, and then every Thursday I have a drinking stream. And it's always usually quite a shit show, so... for all the new people following me, I apologize for tomorrow ahead of time. We're out of fairies and we have 1 heart. I really don't want to lose this fight. Oh! No! My god, I was in his teeth! Really love this game. Me too, man. Oh! Nap, that's too much! That's too much water! I'm gonna have to pee again! God dang it, dude. All the pee. Can I leave this area and come back? Or do you have to do it all in one go? Nico, do you know this information? Or does anybody know this information, I guess I should just say? Can I leave and come back? It's perfect. You're gonna dehydrate just for following. Yes, it's amazing. I've drank 3 of these things, and we're gonna have to start a 4th. You can leave. Okay, thank God. We need to go to the fairy fountain. These no heart drops are starting to kick my ass when you have to do 4 bosses in a row. Oh, right. Oh, I forgot that we can't just walk out, though. Honestly, it might be best to just die. Where's it gonna put me? Oh, it might put me right at this exit, actually. Yeah, it's going to. Alright. Oh, please. Oh my god! Sexiest helper boy Nico. No fairies, be a man. I'm not gonna beat it. We're gonna be stuck here forever. We already have no health drops, so if only the beer was this amount. Yeah, that sounds awful. That would be terrible. Oh my god, Max. No! Barrel hype. Alright, it's 3 a.m. and I gotta get some sleep tonight. Good luck in the rest of the stream. Have some pants. Max, thank you for all the bits tonight, and thank you for hanging out, man. I appreciate you. Take care, brother. Get some good sleepies. Paramount, thank you. I just have to run and get some fairies. That's all I gotta do. And I should be good. I came in with less than... like, I didn't fill them up before I came in, which I really should have done. Oh, we're not on the sea, right? 1 heart run. Naf gets it. Of course Naf would say 1 heart run. Oh yeah, so is this a new run? Ba 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 ba. This one. Safety strats, boys. This speedrun meme will go forever. Alright. This is the worst part, is catching them. Tangle Isle, sounds like where Purse lives. Why? What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Look how sad they are. My reputation is still intact here. You guys are evil. Are you going for 100%? No, I'm just gonna beat it, because I'm actually, like, right now, I'm working on a... I should just change this to Fade, yeah. I'm working on a project right now where I play through all of these. It's pretty much like every main Zelda game, just not CDI, and... I mean, CDI we're gonna do as a treat. But... yeah, so these are what we're working on. I've only done one of them, so... if you water all 5 bomb flowers, ugh. So, we're working on that. Does this full heal you? Yeah, it does. We know the real you there. If I was playing it on my own, I would absolutely go for 100, but we have 20 games to do, and I'm only on 1. I own all, like, every Zelda game, and so many of them I just either haven't played in a long time or I've never finished. So that's the point of this. I want to share this experience with chat because I like Zelda a lot. Asuka, thanks for lurking. I'll do what I damn well please. You should 100% Breath of the Wild? Yeah. Right. Get 900 Koroks on stream. I would actually have to become a Breath of the Wild streamer to do that. Person knows I doomed Charred Monk. I do know this. Alright. Alright, let's go do this shit, boys. No more leaving. We're doing one trip out of here. We're going right back in. And this is the one. Up. The 100% speedrun takes like 4 days with 2 8-hour breaks allowed. Holy shit. I can't believe they actually have speedrun boards for that. I mean, I can believe it, but 4 days? How many pee breaks, though? That's a great question. That's a question I need answered. There's no wind for you to conduct. There's definitely wind earlier. Oh, God! I knew it was gonna happen. Come here. Give me some time to think, please. I should not have gotten that, probably, but... It's down to 20 hours now. It used to be like that, I would assume, Mui. $MK. Huh? Oh, in chat. Dan, what are you getting up to over there? You little scoundrel. 20? How is 20 hours even possible? I believe the 4-day thing. 20 hours? That's really fast. What? Oh, no. What's happening? Oh, my favorite. I loved doing this at the beginning of the game. Interesting. Doesn't this thing just go back after you're... No. How am I gonna get wind to that? Well, this ain't good. That's gonna be your 24-hour stream? Right. I could not 100% that. Could I beat it in 20 hours? Probably, but... I wonder if that's all Koroks. Well, no, because that'd be 100%. How? How is that possible? Suze, please do not. Don't do it. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, I just remembered. I'm stupid. I'm flying straight to this one. Alright, no damage. Let's go. Marcus is 157,000 deep, and he's been here for how many hours? Oh god, I forgot all about this. This shit sucks. How much actual money to convince Purse to do it? To do what? The 24-hour? None if you have a million a million points. Then it's free. Just all of your time ever. I can do the same for you. Don't you dare start. Come on. My time is money, baby. Are you saying you want to pay for a 24-hour stream? Why would you ever do that? Oh no, Mooey, it was much more than that. 1K, what? 1K would get me for like 2 months. It was way more than that, and Truth says he's working on it, but I don't know why he's doing it. He's insane. Oh, that was nice. Okay, yep, come here. What's up, Frank? How you doing, man? Yo, how is DK64 today? Everybody was telling me you were playing it. I could convince you to do the same? What? No. You have a donation goal every now and then for a marathon stream? I have done... Okay. So we're gonna have to open one of these and it has something in it. Which is great. I did a marathon stream recently. That was just completely on accident. And that lasted like 17 hours. But it just went way too long. It was like impromptu. Maybe I should do one that's like actually planned and stuff. It'd be a good idea. It'd be a really good idea to do donation goals to do streams and stuff. I think that would be cool. I don't know why I never do that. Yeah, Marcus got that badge. Oh, you 100%ed Super Metroid? Nice. I knew you would, Frank. I don't gotta worry about Frank completing games and shit. He gets dedicated. Oh no, that's not enough. No! Alright. Pick up. Drop. No! Backwards! Just go! Just go! There we go. Oh, we have to do it again? What? How are you supposed to do that? Oh, there's more in here. Right. Oh, but you gotta give him to this side. There we go. Perfect. Oh, this is gonna be even... No, no, no. Pick him up. This is gonna be even closer. No! Why would you do this? Just get up. Holy shit. Woo! That is tense. Pierre's doing a Mega Man marathon soon? Oh, shoot. Which ones is he playing? That cutscene scared me, dude. Is he doing 1 through 11? Mega Man 8 is my favorite Mega Man, and everybody hates it. I would love to talk to him while he does that, or anything. Everybody hates Mega Man 8, and I love that game. I have no idea. Okay. What boss are we on again? Oh, right, this one. So we need... We really don't need any of these. We just need the mirror shield. Knock it off. That was pretty good. Best mod, best manager. That's okay. Hey man, mods are normal people too. They got their own shit to do. Okay, 4 left. 5 left. Hashtag normies. All mods are normies. Oh, shit. Oh, dude, I bet. I hope you're staying healthy through all that. That sucks, man. I mean, it doesn't suck that you work at a hospital. I'm saying, like, it's just, yeah. Could be rough, I'm sure. I guess I'm not a normie then. Listen. Thank God. I got mass now finally. We didn't have enough at first. Oh shit. A pharmacist. Okay. In the OR and ER. Cool. Wait, did we ever take that last pee? I think Marcus marked one off and then I never went and peed. Or did I? No, I think I did. I think I have to pee again. That's like 5 this stream. Yeah, you did. God damn it. Oh god, there's more to this. I actually picked the worst key I could put that on. Huh? Not sure I understand this one. Unless you have to hit them in a certain order. I don't think that's the case. Susan, no. Susan, they give us 69 bits. Oh, so that one's the shortest. That one's the longest. So it's like, oh, you don't have to hold that down? Okay, well, I thought maybe that was the solution, but I don't know what it is. Plenty of time to torment Twitch streamers and get paid for it? God damn it. Suze, thank you, dude, for all the support. Seriously, man. One, two, okay. Alright. So it's 3-1... 3142 3142. Wait, don't look. Oh, don't overlook anything. Is there other shit in here? Can I send you a text list? Sure. What's it all of? 3142. Okay. Games I'm thinking of for a long stream? Oh yeah, you were talking to me about that recently. Absolutely, dude. Is it really gonna show me the order? Come on! Hi Shane, what's up? I'm on my 8th out of 9 straight 12-hour shifts. I'm feeling punchy. Oh, yeah? 1... 4, 2. Isn't this what I did last time? That's stupid. I think you just have to see it. Right now on stream this second. Wah! Why are you so amazed at him? This is the portal through which Ganon was able to seep into the unexpected world above. Stinky, we shall make use of this path that Ganon created. Then climb down. Okay. Wait, if there's anything that I need. Oh shit. Well, no, we would have needed it for the bosses. We didn't use any fairies yet, though, did we? I think we've only lost 1.5. Yeah, we've only lost 1.5 hearts. Kind of kicking ass. How do I? Huh. Do I need to light something on fire in here? I don't think so. I thought the numbers were just showing me the other thing. We'll try, though. No. Okay. Now how do we get in here? Now we got another door to figure out. Oh, maybe I have to play a song on this or something. No. What's the solution here? 7 straight 12s? That is insane, dude. Am I crazy, or is that lit up right now? Compared to how it was? Am I going crazy? Hey, Shane. Bum 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 bum. Bruh. My fucking audio just went out of sync again. I literally watched it happen. This should fix it. Okay. Okay, I think this was always like this. How in the hell? I'm so confused. Okay, straightforward. The sword hilts of my servants who lurk deep in the darkness shall be the guideposts that point to me. Oh. Oh no. Da 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 da. Give me that sword. I want it. Yes, it's so ridiculous. Best part of every Zelda game is the tennis, right? Oh, I actually went the right way somehow? Oh, the way the sword points. Isn't that what they said? Wow, that was lucky. Or is that... Okay, I got... Okay, dude. I thought I figured it out. Where the hilt points? Okay, I got lucky as shit. Wait, what? Oh, well, I think I went the wrong way again. What the fuck was that? Oh my god! These are some hungry boys. $52.59? Oh man, we're close. Alright. So this would have been going the wrong way. This is what happens. Kappa HD. Robot. How do you know which one's the real one? It's him. Okay, dude. I did it too early! Shane, what is this? What are you doing? Dude, not PR Chase. God damn it. I am getting my ass kicked down here. We take double damage as well in hard mode. Forgot about that little factor. So the end boss is gonna be insane. Alright, I would rather have this. Don't forget about tryhard. I could never. This one I nailed the first time. And now I can't fucking nail it for shit! I'm using all my fairies. That was a sick volley, bro. I don't think you are either. I don't know what I... There you go. You're our favorite fairy. Shut up, Caring. You can't... How do you figure out which one is him? Okay. Oh my god, how many are there? What? I swung! Just get out of the fucking way. How much game left? Not much. We're in the final little stretch here. Hey, better. Alright. Are we out of fairies now? Yes, we are. Power Surge's corrupted save data? Why would you ever even say that? I put so many hours in this game and Shane's like, I hope you lose your save data. Wow, dude. Oh, I forgot about the light arrow. Wait, isn't there another boss? Or maybe I'm thinking of the one right before Ganon. Puppet Ganon is what I'm thinking of. Okay, well. At least they put a boat down here so I can go and get fairies one more frickin' time. Huh. Pew! All right. Now how the fuck do I get in here? Oh, maybe I have to hit this with it. That's what it is. You're trying to speedrun Philosopher's Stone because you still haven't let me borrow. No. No, I forgot, Shane. I'll send it to you tonight after stream here. Alright, there's the final stretch. Andy, thank you for the host, dude. I have to take one final frickin' pee break, and then we have to go get fairies. Check for fairies? Okay, you might be right. The game just hasn't been giving me any besides the fairy fountains. That'll save me a lot of time. Because I hadn't played this in so long, I'm... Like, the speedruns, I would watch a little bit of them, but... Like, the ending, I wouldn't know, like, how close someone was to beating it. But now that I've beaten it, it'll actually be really fun to watch speedruns of. So I'll actually know exactly where they are and stuff. Magic so far. There might be some at the top here. Ugh. No Link talks in this game. He says, yep. That's all he says. He says, yep. It's his favorite Twitch emote. He doesn't... I don't know if he says cock, though. Oh, that kind of sounded like it. Oh, fuck off. Alright. Dude, this game is ruthless. They've got to have some up here. One of these guys hits me once, it's over. Oh, apparently not. Dude, the other one is blocking it. It's so annoying. No! Ah! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. There's not even a fairy! There's gonna be no fairies in here. I spoke too soon. Okay. There might be two up here. I can deal with two. Okay, there's just one. There's one. Is it worth going up and down the stairs? These are some big stairs. We'll have to see how this goes. This game has like a lot of content that just isn't dungeons. It's really interesting. Alright. Shane, no. Ouch. 90% ocean. Okay, this is the fight that I was thinking of. Alright, shit. We need a good pump-up song. Pump-up music, that's what we're looking up. Yeah, we finished it, Shane. Then I got really depressed afterwards. Snipe that orb, baby. Pump-up music. Alright, here we go. Oh, this is all terrible. Motivational music. Ignore the host. Okay. Alright, here we go. Here's our motivational music while I go pee. Man, this one sucks. I thought it was gonna drop after I left. I'm sorry. You can hear the pee? No, you can't. I mute the mic whenever I go pee. Shut up. You guys always say that. It's not possible. Can't wait for the Crystal Shards playthrough. I can't wait for it either, dude. DC's gift is not in vain, really. You got it working. Darth Mommy, no! Okay, montage music. The classic. back out and get more fairies though. Skyward Sword next? Maybe. Depends on what wins. I was wondering what was in here, or what that was for. Okay, so 2 fairies. Bobby, what the fuck, dude? God damn it, Bobby. That's so many bits. Be responsible. Don't spend too many bits on me, man. Thank you for 2,500. Jesus. This stream has been Purse the Movie. I've been going for almost 7 hours. I've already seen that one. Shit, you did? There's variations of it. There we go. Next stop, Megabit. I have what Suze did it. Good. Good. No more Megapants. You guys are insane. Alright. We're gonna actually have full fairies. This is gonna be nice. I don't remember this fight being that hard. It might be, though. I don't remember. That one, there's...
By the powers of naughtiness, I command this particular drop of hot sauce to be really, really hot.
Why would you do this? This has more meaning than you know. Oh, caring. No, we already have to do it. What does this mean? You'll be fine. No, I won't. Can we save it till after I do this? Bobby, the 666 alert. No? Do it before it. Why? Why? It's gonna ruin the end of the game. Oh, God. It'll make it so intense. No, give me something hype. That one's okay. Alright, I have to go find it myself, I guess. Because the shuffle is so bad. Boy, oh boy. God damn it, dude. Bobby doesn't even know. Bobby's so innocent. He was like, I didn't even know. It was just one of them. Where's it at? There's a specific few songs on here that I really like. Alright. No, you don't get a 24-hour stream for 20,000. Fuck! God damn it! Yo, Suze, thank you for gifting a sub to Caring. How dare you do this after the hot sauce. Alright, so we have some ghost pepper hot sauce. Fuck. Alright, that's plenty. We'll do one before the fight for Bobby. Why am I itching my eye with my finger that just accidentally touched it? I will do one per stream. One for the alert and one for... Yeah. And one for the redemption. Alright. Oh god, it's so immediate! Oh! Oh, I hate it. Oh, it sucks so bad. Alright. Here's the end of the game. Thank you, Suze, for gifting a sub to Caring. I really appreciate it, man. My country lay within a vast desert. When the sun rose into the sky, a burning wind punished my lands, searing the world. When the moon climbed into the dark at night, a frigid gale pierced our homes. No matter when it came, the wind carried the same thing, death. For the winds that blew across the green fields of Hyrule brought something other than suffering and ruin. Suze, thank you for 1 10 bits. I coveted that wind, I suppose. It can only be called fate. That hero to gather the 3 with the crests. That I should lay my hand on that which grants the wishes of the beholder. Markers, once your guys' Keck W's for whenever Ganon laughs, by the way. Power, wisdom, and courage come together. The gods would have no choice but to come down. The power of the gods, the Triforce. He who touches it will have whatever the desires granted. Alrighty, the crest of wisdom is mine. All that remains. Bobby, it hurts a little bit. And I'm talking and making it worse. Oh! Oh my god, that was a close one. It doesn't last a soup. It lasts a few minutes. It just hurts really bad, really fast. I will not kill you. I merely have need of the power that dwells within you. It's a song in our playlist. I didn't remember. I just know that the picture is anime. That's why I always click it. Well, let's put an end to which binds us together. Totally, Dan. If I can remember, I'll have to go to it. It is a bop. Was Peppa jamming? Hell yeah. He who touches it will have whatever he desires granted. I don't remember either, Markers. That's what you said. Is it not Ganondorf? Oh shit, boys! Oh, dude, I burped. It's so hot. Gods of the Triforce, hear that which I desire. Hope. I desire hope for these children. Give them a future. Wash away this. Let a ray of hope shine on the future of the world. What, Shane? What are you humming? Ganondorf, may you drown with Hyrule. This is foolishness. A future for you? God, my lips still fucking hurt. Are you laughing at Ganondorf? You're insane. Stinky, I'm sorry, I overslept. I think it's time for us to say goodbye to this place. Oh, I love Wind Waker Zelda, dude. You sent a worm that did not even look like anything, and then you said worm. What the fuck, Shane? I didn't see it. I didn't see what you were trying to make. Your future. Yes, allow me to show you just what hope you have. What you mean may not look like any Thubi. See how much your precious Triforce is worth. Alright, boys. Da, 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 da. Oh shit, I don't... Oh! Bobby, no! Not like this! No, it's so gross! Zelda, please, shoot him. Bobby, thank you for the 200 bits! It is cursed, it's the worst alert! Card me, ask for ID. He's like, wait a second! Oh, easy there. Where'd she go? Oh, she's right there. Oh, she has my bow. Okay, interesting. Ow, dude. What the actual fuck is Keg W? So, do you not see that emote? Maybe Suze doesn't have franker faces. Or if on mobile. Ow. Fuck. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Well, are you on your phone? You said you're usually on your phone at work, right? So, here, I'll show you. So, if I were to pull up chat on my stream... No, what Suze is saying is that Suze is just seeing you guys say Kek W, so Suze has no idea what's going on. Holy shit. It's just you guys saying it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Suze is saying. So, Franker Faces is just a thing where you can put all these extra emotes and shit. Hold on. Let me put this behind it. Alright, now guys, put a bunch of Kek W's. See, that's not big enough. You can barely see that. Alright. Just a hard Kek W. See, it said it right there. So we were all, this looks terrible. You can barely see it because I don't have chat on this screen ever, so that makes so much more sense. Yeah. I used to put chat up here a little bit. It'd honestly probably be nice for like the VODs or something. Hey mom, I'm on the TV. Can't wait. Yeah, it's crazy. So they have like oh, that's a really bad spot for this in this game. Oh well, I'm gonna take it off for now. Yeah, it's free. There's a browser extension. It's just called Franger Faces, but we have our own emotes on it too. And okay, making sure that this is all good. It's really easy to install. It's like you just search Franger Faces, it'll say download, you click it, and it puts it on your browser. I'm not going to do that, but thanks for the info. I mean, that's fine. There's just certain emotes you won't see that they'll use a lot. That is what you guys aren't seeing. If I'm not playing a full screen game, you guys will see them on my screen, so it's just while I'm playing this, I don't have chat up, so. Fucking hell, can you hit him, Zelda? She just hit me with a light arrow! Okay, I have to do something here, I don't know what. I have my shield up. Oh, I think I remember this. I do remember this. Then you have to have her hit your shield or something. Unless I'm thinking of Ocarina of Time. Dude, I am gonna fucking lose right now. You have to distract him. I'll aim for you and use your shield. Okay, yeah. No! Bobby! Oh! You didn't save your game! If you die on sub, go for it, Frank. If that really is gonna make you unsub, then just do it. Oh my god. Jesus Lord. Oh! The wind, it is blowing. Oh my god. Bobby, god damn it, dude. God damn it, man. Suze, thank you for 69. Bobby, thank you for 1,000 bits. You guys are insane with this shit. God damn it. The freaking pants on the final stab. Oh my god, you guys, thank you. Bobby, you've given me so many bits this stream. It's ridiculous. Aunt Suze. Well, you get me another month. That's what I had to do to keep Frank. I just had to understand what Zelda was doing. She wasn't shooting at my shield, she was trying to hit him. I have lived regretting the past and I have faced those regrets. This means I have to do another hot sauce after. If only I could do things over again, not a day of my life has gone by without my thoughts turning to my kingdom of old. I would never unsub. I know, Frank. I know, brother, as I would never unsub to you. In that sense, I was the same as Ganondorf. But you... I want you to live for the future. No. Trusting that will sustain you when darkness comes. Unless I get rid of my Sweet Mario emote? No. I was subbed to you before you even had it. I'm now ending my presence farewell. Listen, don't say that. Unless you mean sleepies. Because, yeah, I'm ready. Okay, yep. You could come with us. We have a ship. We're moving on to build a new Hyrule because this one got fucked. Yeah, yes. Oh, you guys have been seeing... Can I get some pants spam really quick? There you go. Whenever I stream old games, which I stream a lot more old games than new ones. Lately, it's just been new stuff, so I just don't have anywhere to put chat. Yeah, everything is making sense to you guys now. Yeah, oh yeah, shit. You guys gotta see all these dance boys. Yeah. No, that's so funny. Yeah, it sucks that can't just be like an integration on Twitch or something. So. But child.
Miami's daily traffic.
Oh! Aki, good night. Thank you for 75 more bits. God damn it. You like us just saying the words more? No! Bobby! No, please! You thought everyone just chanted pants? I'm sorry to ruin it for you. Jesus, you guys. This is too much pants for one stream. Way too much pants for one stream. Thank you, Bobby, for all these bits. This is ridiculous, man. Just send you a picture of my chat because that's just hilarious. It's just a lot of pants. Alright. Wow, it really does, Markers. You aren't kidding. I didn't even think about that. I have scattered the seeds of the future.
You're never gonna believe what time it is, man. Oh, God.
He needs some milk.
Oh no.
You stoned?
It is 420 EST right now. Suze! God damn it. Thank you for 420 bits. The most cursed alert on the stream. Next to hot dog water. I hate that alert so much. Hoi! God. Bobby, I appreciate it, man. Seriously. Oh, my sister. Mary, shut up! I feel like Wind Waker's a really long fucking Zelda game. Well, 7-hour stream is what it took. No, Bobby, no! Let me have this moment! Let me enjoy this, please. I hate that alert so much. It's not because of you guys. I've always hated that alert. Because it's the most played one in this stream. And how do you do stuff after the game's over? Also, world record, I was here. Oh, yeah. Gotta tell my kids about this one day. Goddamn, Bobby. Thank you so much, dude. That is ridiculous. Susan, Bobby, thank you guys for hanging out. And thank you for the ridiculous amount of support. I appreciate it so much. Especially because they were talking about work and stuff and our work opening back up, and I was like, going back to that sounds terrible. So I'm gonna keep streaming and see how it goes. Just beat it, Alex. Stop keeping me up so late. I'm sorry. The game keeps going longer than I anticipate. No. Oh, right, we do. Might as well get that out of the way while we're watching credits. I didn't forget. I did. God, I can't even stand the smell of it anymore just because Shane redeemed a card as well. Right, I do owe Shane a card, you're right. Right. Oh! Suze, you're hurting me! The water doesn't even help. Dan, thank you for hanging out. I love you, man. Shane got a 10. I don't even know if Shane's still here, but he got it. I'm sorry that was so late. Oh, God, it's fucking awful. I hate what I do to myself. Dan, thank you for hanging out all night, dude. I appreciate you. We got a Zelda game down. Well, these coins, and why do people want them? They don't do anything. They're just for fun. There's a leaderboard of like who has the most. If I ever do song requests, which I never do, you can spend them on songs. They were the old channel points, basically, before channel points existed. We used to use them on shit. Oh, it's fucking my lips. My lips hurt. I actually had Peter do a dance stream because I laid threw too much money at him. That's amazing. 3 hours straight? I would fucking die doing that. Yo, Shane, I gave you you drew a 10. I gave you 10K. Oh, Satoru Iwata? Fuck, man. Salutes. Rest in peace. Oh, my just my upper lip hurts. Oh my god, this scared the shit out of me. Suze has multiple times accidentally cheered 169. Suze, I'm so sorry. Oh, I wonder why, Shane. As we set off to find the new Hyrule, because this one is fucked. Well, why are we not taking our families and shit with? Oh my god, Bobby. Yes, there's that is what they're for gambling. The end! We did it! Boys! The ending's sad. We beat it on hero mode. Do we get anything for it? Oh no. No, Carrie, I don't like that. Time for Phantom Hourglass? We are definitely not doing Phantom Hourglass next. Oh, so this is my original file. I don't want to save it. So our save file should just be... Gotcha. Because what is this? Yeah, that's just a... Jesus Christ. Alright, we did it on hard mode. It's beautiful, boys. Alright. I need a satisfying a click or something, but right here, this is what we get. Crossed off, baby, in the middle there. Let's go, boys. 2 of them done. Beautiful. Now we only have 18 left. It'll be a long journey. I'll update the command, but we'll get it done one of these days. 2? That's 2. 2, 2, 2. Those royal G's. Oh no. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for everything tonight. This has been a wonderful stream. Susan, Bobby, you guys are fucking... I don't even know what to say to you. You're insane. Thank you. One game every 3 months? No, we're gonna change it. I say that every time, but we'll change it. No, there's so many memes and shit in here. No, 2 is not an emo, I promise. Yeah, 2 is just it's just a meme. Every time you see it, just say 2? 2? No, don't teach them about Q, please. Oh my god. Don't teach them these things. So it's like bees? Yeah, I guess. The Q has a dark past. Okay, guys. I guess I can, change my channel back. Ooh! Oh my god, Bobby, what is this? I've never seen somebody win that many gamble. Well, that's actually not true, but I'm impressed. Holy shit. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for everything. I'm gonna find someone to raid, and we'll toss you guys over. I know it's very late, but if you have enough of a second to say hi to somebody, I would appreciate it a lot. Let's see. Who the hell do we raid? I gotta think of who we should raid, because I have no idea. It's very late. I don't have too many people on. Hi, guys. Trip, Sam, Jub. Oh yeah, Sam is on. I didn't even see Sam. Taco is just chatting. Taco's on. Ninja, XCC. I can't even raid Ninja, dude. I'm thinking about Trips. Taco's just hanging out and chatting. Cross-platform rating? Yeah, that's what we need now. That actually sounds terrible. Why would we ever do that? Rick, what? Are you still awake, dude? Not a hero? This looks like weird Katana Zero. Alright, we're gonna rate. Yeah. What are you gonna do with these 17 hydrates? I took them all. Sims 4. I am liking meeting new people as well. Shit, I might take that. He said he's cool. He's playing Sims? I could do that. I've been counting him down. You can deny him, I guess. Yeah, why not? Let's meet a new pal. And it's chill. Let's do it then. Let me make sure I spell it right. Alright, that's him. New person, new raid. Let's go in there. What's our raid message? We could just drop hearts. Love hearts. Yo, I'm just gonna put Ganon be gone. I like Ganon be gone. Please don't prostate. No. Guys, I literally beg you. I'm trying to make new friends here. Please, I beg you, don't do prostate boys. I do not like this. Ganon be gone. I like Ganon be gone. No, it's really wholesome. Be sweet. Guys, don't do prostate boys. Please. I beg you. Please behave. I actually really love Elliot. Guys, behave. Don't make me regret this. Guys, for my sake, if any one of you says prostate boys, I am not gonna speak to you next stream. Alright, guys, let's meet Elliot and throw him some love. Thank you so much for hanging out all night. I appreciate you guys. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Drinking stream tomorrow. Oh boy, what will we do? I don't know. Good night.